I am Marwan Cameron, and this is The Conduit. All right, y'all. It is Saturday night, June 12th, 2021. Oh, we got a show for you tonight. As you know, this is our first show. Tazsjah Green and Marwan Cameron will be coming to you talking about a lot of different topics. So we've got a good one for you tonight. And I think it's important that you hear multiple perspectives, especially when you're talking about gender issues. So Tazsjah has graciously agreed to come back on. So we're excited to have her come on and have these conversations, right? And hopefully that will be very helpful to all of you. So we're going to get her on in just a second. But as you know, I've got to do my daily check-in, just making sure that everything is looking good here. So it has now been and I've got to say, I'm used to keeping late nights. So, it's a thing. It just is what it is. And my today saying that I seem to be doing so much counseling for folks. So the trust and the faith that they have in, your viewpoint, your experiences and whatnot. So I was honored to be able to give her some advice. And then, as you saw, Brother Melvin came by today. So that was good. He is feeling healthier and stronger. Melvin has been, fighting his diabetic fight. And as you know, he's got a, been an amputee survivor. So kind of working through that. And he definitely has a space in my heart because, my father basically went through a very similar pathway on the way to him passing away due to, complications with diabetes and amputations. And so just kind of started with the toe and, transferred to the other foot. And it just kind of just kept going. So, I definitely have a special spot. So it was good to see him walking, right? This is definitely one of the strongest Black men that I know. And he just continues to soldier on. So you can only imagine what folks are going through. How you doing, Miss Tazsjah?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Kind of, updating folks on what's going on. I got the Moderna vaccine, the second one last Saturday. So I do a daily update so our folks can, kind of have real life, feedback on what the vaccine does to you and what, if any, side effects exist, So there's just so much garbage out there. I think it's beneficial for people to know. So I am the people can live vicariously through me. And, if I grow a third arm and they're like, oh, well, I said, don't do it. So I think it's
Yeah.
helpful. Were you vaccinated?
Oh, nah.
No, you're not
I'll
feeling
be
it,
one of
huh?
those people like, yeah, I'm gonna wait for one of your third arms to grow. I'm not putting that on you, but yeah, I don't want to be a test dummy. Yeah, but my vaccine is how I live on a daily basis. You know, with my health and all of that. So
All right. We
yeah.
missed you. You kind of froze there. So you mind stating that again?
Oh, I said my vaccine is more so my lifestyle and how I live. Yeah, I never had no flu shot or anything like that. And I've been cool for almost 30 years. I've been pretty much in optimum health. So
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, huh?
yeah,
All
it's all
right, I'm
good.
feeling you. I'm feeling you. So, are you? Do you think like it's a good idea for those that feel like it's a good idea for them to get it, or are you just like, you know what, y'all shouldn't be doing that?
Nah, you know what? I feel like not that everyone should be like me, but do what you feel is best for you. Do what you believe in, because a lot of it is also mental. So if you really believe this gonna help you, and really prevent and do whatever you believe the vaccine is supposed to do, because it could be a placebo effect. You never know. So it could be a lot of mental things. So if you truly believe that that's what it is, you believe in science and medicine and the government's doing right by you and all of that, go ahead and do that. But if you distrust it in any way, I would feel like if you distrust it and then you go get it anyway, your mind's probably gonna be playing tricks on you.
Mhm.
And yeah, your thoughts are real. That can also start affecting your physical. That's something I say a lot. So just do what you feel is right. Do what you think is right. You use your logic and possibly your emotion a little bit in this. And just, yeah, you should know your body the best and what you believe in for yourself. So
You know
yeah,
what? That is so interesting that you kind of bring that up because we can mentally kind of spin ourselves into, a state of craziness, right? Um, and that does affect you both, mentally and physically. So you're absolutely right about that. I think for people of faith, right? So if you decide to do something and you think that you're instructed or you're guided to do it, then your faith should be able to overcome that, and you shouldn't be spending all this time spinning around, oh, did I do the right thing, what's going to happen, and you shouldn't have to go down that rabbit hole. Would you agree with that?
yeah, for sure. I really do feel like people should pay attention to their intuition, and then because it and let that guide you. That feeling in your gut. I know it almost sounds like cliche, but it's good to pay attention to that. So you don't feel things and hear things and see things for no reason. Just the more you start paying attention, the easier decisions will be able to be made, because you're following how you feel and that feeling. And it's usually right. A lot of people mistrust that, and so they just go through life mistrusting and really just mistrusting themselves, which leads them to either not trust people or only trust other people. And so, yeah, you need balance, and it's good to have outside opinion, but yeah, you gotta take what you need and leave the rest. So
What you're saying is powerful too, because people really do need to be the experts of their own body. I think we do have a lot of distrust in the country as far as the government, medical apartheid. There's story after story on how Black folks were treated and are currently treated in the healthcare system. So you really do need to be an expert on your own body. Listen to your body, learn about your body, listen to your body. I've gone to the doctor on several occasions and they don't know. I mean, they're guessing. Well, let's try this, and if this doesn't work, we'll try that, and if that doesn't work, well, we don't know what it is. So it really is up to you. And so I think it can be dangerous, because I've heard, I've had experience with folks that I've worked with that are like, what the doctor says is like speaking to God. The doctor said it, so that's it. And it's being counter to what they are feeling and what they know. So, definitely you got to invest in yourself in that way. True story.
yes, very true. Because someone can say you have something and misdiagnose you, but you believe it that you have it. And so sometimes then you'll just manifest and now you do have that, or now you're living your life, you're like you have that disease or, whatever it is. And now you're living your life totally different. And you're living it messed up in the head and physically now. So it's just, yeah, it's just, I don't know. And that's with mental
Facts.
health as well. Calling your medication different cocktails and stuff. That always like kind of irritated me. Going, that's not an attractive way to address that. But yeah, and then going through it because people, they'll even on the commercials like, oh yeah, I know this is medication because we don't want you to be suicidal, but it could make you more suicidal. So also take this. Oh, and you could die from this, but you also might feel a little bit better before then. And I just yeah. So when I be hearing just certain things, it just yeah, it took me a while because back like over 10 years ago, I was put on antidepressants, and I told them I was like, yo, what is this gonna do to me? Because I seen what you did to this person with all of their stuff that you've been doing. I'm not trying to live my life like that because I will walk out of here right now. And so I just at that age, I was still but I think I was on like 16, 17, something like that. So I was just like, nah, I already know, like, even just being a black woman walking in here, like, I feel like I might be treated a little different or diagnosed differently. So I was just like, I knew back then I need to speak up for myself because I'm one of those people that don't really be trusting, doctors and stuff. So, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think
So
it's very important to speak
so you
up.
do need to be your own best advocate, right?
Yeah, and
You're
I'm
your
still
first.
learning more how to do that, and like especially in the when it comes to my health, but in other aspects too. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's tremendously important. Well, we got folks coming in and checking us out tonight. So shout out to Raymond. And Charles. Charles says, LOL, I got my vaccine and glad I didn't have any side effects. Don't want that third arm. And of course, he's crying about that. Yeah, I don't want that third arm. So, and like I said, for me, I've got some other medical issues. And at the end of the day, from folks that I trust, the research that I've done, and then just kind of weighing the benefits, it seemed to me that it was a better choice for me to become vaccinated than not be vaccinated. So that's what got me off the fence. And I was definitely touched and moved by my team slowly coming around, because when the vaccine first came out, no one on my board was getting the vaccine except for the one person that was in the medical field. They were like, nope, you can pay me to get this thing, I'm not doing it. And kind of, everyone is slowly kind of doing it right now. But while I have you here, let me go ahead and do the check-in and get that out the way, because it is something that I do every day so people can see. All right. And so single day, and this is from the CDC. And so when you go ahead and fill this out, they've got real-time information. So if there is something that you're feeling, definitely let them know, because the more of us that report it, the faster they're going to be able to find something out, right? Oh, it's an enlarged heart, or it's something, that seems obscure or just singular to you, may not be. So it's really powerful to do that. So I'm feeling really good today. Look, well, I'll say I'm feeling fair. For whatever reason, it's been exactly 7 days, and today I was super tired. And like I said, my first kind of counseling session started at 4 o'clock this morning, and then I've been providing counsel to folks all day long. I had a very interesting Saturday. But I was just really tired today. But I had no fever, no pain, redness, swelling, or itching at the site. I look past my camera here. And this is what Tazsjah was saying, right? So you get the vaccine. It's like, could you have chills, headache, joint pains, muscle body aches, fatigue or tiredness, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, rash, not including immediate areas surrounding, and it's like, all right, so wait a minute. I'm taking this to get better, and you're telling me that I could get all these things. Oh, and I could die too. So yeah, maybe not, and as I reported, right, I got that rash right here on my side that I've had since the first shot. Don't know what it is. It's still mild. Or I think I've been putting that it's moderate. So I don't know what that is, but I want to put that out there, because again, if anyone else is having that experience from receiving the Moderna, let them know, right? We need to get that out there. Holding it back doesn't help anyone. And it didn't stop me from doing anything. So it's just that fast. And as you know, I do this in this way. It comes as a text, but I put it here for everyone to see, right? So you guys are watching me do it. Raymond, how are you feeling? Raymond got his first Moderna shot the same day I got mine last Saturday. Rob and Stephanie got their first and second Pfizer shot issues here with kind of connecting as Tazsjah has now switched places on my screen. And so that is what it is. Remember, when you're trying to do the work, all of a sudden folks get, the internet gets real special when you're going to, try to talk about these facts and these hard topics and subjects. But today, and she's dropped out. We're going to wait for her to come in. If you remember when I had Tazsjah on last time, just to kind of give you a little bit of a history, Tazsjah and we had our interview and we went through like the first 2 hours and didn't even get to the interview stuff. We were just talking, right? And it was like we finally had to end the interview and just said, you know what? I would love to come back on. We can have these conversations. And so this is our first one. I see what you did there. The Jay Green. I see what you did. Is that like a play? That
Oh, oh yeah, Jay Green Self Care, some a new venture I'm starting. So
Oh,
yeah.
well, jump into it. Go ahead. What is this
Oh,
new venture?
okay. Well, I guess really the only sample I have, because I'm not trying to like show my house and stuff, but um, basically, I'm kind of getting back to the things that I used to like to do. Um, and self care is something that I feel is important, and it's something that I kind of put on the back burner. And um, yeah, I don't know. Honestly, it just within this last month, actually, I was just sitting here and I was just like, man, I need to do this, this, and this, but I actually have a little bit of time off, so maybe I should, do something for myself. And when I did, and I was sitting there and I was like, man, I remember when people used to ask me how I did this with my hair and my skin, or they just asked me a whole lot of things. And for me, that was like self care, but I really didn't think about it in that way because I would be mixing stuff up in my bathroom and stuff, and just you know, this is when I was younger, and I never thought to be like bottle it up and sell it, or do anything like that. And then, when I was sitting here recently thinking about that, and I was like, okay, well, I need to deep condition my hair and do this and do this and all that. And I was like, but I don't feel like going to the store. So maybe I'm just going to open, my cabinets and, see what I got. And then I was just like, I'm going to start doing that again. I wonder if I can duplicate all the other products that I like. And then, just go the more natural route. And then I remember people asking me about, products I use, and I'll be like, oh, well, this one is like $20, but it's really good. I promise you it's worth it. And so I was like, maybe that should be this first thing I try to duplicate. It's something I use every day that I recommend to people, but I know they're not going to go buy because it's this much money. And so
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, so I wrote a list of different things that I use on a daily basis or that I use just on those special occasions. And I was like, all right, I'm gonna go down this list and I'm gonna, start looking up and doing research on different ingredients and formulas and things like that. Cause I love doing research. That's like one thing that I did love about being in school. It's just like, I would have a bunch of books on my computer out just doing research and writing and, doing things. And and so combining the two, making natural things and just being it something helpful to my daily life and being, self sufficient. You never know. Maybe the stores will close down, but now I got this whole stock of stuff. I don't have to worry about that because that was one thing that happened last year. My face was messed up because I didn't have my rose water. And so I was just like, man, I need to make my own. And I knew this already. So I'm just like, okay, so I really need to, at least in that sense, and then with like food and things, I'm just thinking like, in the future. And so, and then I also hear people with different skin issues or different health issues and things like that. And I'm like, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I do a lot of self, just when I have an issue of whether it's my skin or my hair, whatever it might be, I was like, oh, okay, I know how to fix this issue myself. And I would start giving other people advice. And when they were like, oh, this actually really worked for me. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And so now I'm trying to remember some of those things and, and I want to start asking people, what is your issue? And then I'm like, okay, now I can write this down, go in my kitchen, do some research, on different ingredients. So, and I want to make things, the least ingredients as possible, the most effective. So, I'm still going through that process. And I just tested some stuff earlier. I'm being the test dummy for right now because I don't want to just like make something and give it to somebody right away. So I'm gonna make sure I test everything first.
All
But
right.
yeah, and that's honestly been a lot of fun for me. And one of the reasons why I start hearing the birds chirp, and I'm just like, oh, I should probably go to sleep because I got to work in a couple hours. And I've been up, trying to work on formulas and things. So yeah, and also with my hair, I haven't worn it out too much in like the last 4 years. So I've been wearing these head wraps, and that's one thing I always get questions about. And um, so that's one thing I'm trying to find a good source because I've had these for years and I can't find them anymore. And I get questions about them like almost every day when I go out in public or people ask me about it. I'm just like, I don't know. I can't even help you right now to get one. I can only show you how I wrap it on my head. So right now I'm looking for that too. Um, but yeah, just things that are helpful to people, and even if it's just a small like face mask and things that like I mean, no, men like them too. Because I won't even say this just for women, because I'm definitely making products specifically just for men. Because even over the last week, I've had a lot of funny conversations, and having some of my male friends tell me their skin issues, and so I was just like, I'm really been like writing stuff down because I'm just like, all right, this person had this issue, and so I'm like making sure I'm doing product research and like all that type of stuff. So it's and I haven't been very social in a while, so that's also kind of helping me with that because I'm kind of like closed off. So getting back to doing what I like to do, and then I'm just like, okay, so this could also be revenue as well. And so just being self-sufficient in other ways. And I already have two friends in my mind that once I start getting some revenue, I want to hire them because I know they're knowledgeable and they know how to do things like this. So
Mm-hmm.
I know that
I'm
they'll help
loving
me
that.
for that. But I'm just like right now, I like to start off by myself and then I can just bring them in and be like, all right, I know you're great at this. And if you have any ideas, we can start working together. And so that's also another aspect. Every time I start something, I want to involve other people, especially if I can put some money in their pocket and it can be something like with longevity.
See, that's
And
what I'm
so
talking about.
that's always like in the back of my head. And
Mm-hmm.
like I was saying with the t-shirts, I started with the t-shirts, but now I'm just like, oh, okay, I can have someone else really take this over, and then they can be like making, the money because they know what they're doing and they're good at it. So they made this shirt. I made this logo. Well, I didn't make this logo. I made a logo, and then they turned it into this, and I was like, that was way better than what I had. Thank you. So
Yeah, so you know what? I really like that. So, let me go ahead and add myself in there because I've got some facial skincare, issues that going on. So, I would love to get your advice. So, I
I'm
don't
a notebook
really
right here.
I don't really grow facial hair, right? This is pretty much it for me. So I get a few hairs here and there, right? And then black hair can be really, curly. So it grows in and you can see up there it's pretty scarred. You know what I mean? So I would like
Hmm.
to find a way to kind of lighten up those scars there. I've
Okay.
got a waxer, so I've taught myself how to wax my face. Well, some women actually taught me, and then to do it. So they were saying, using the razor isn't good. And so now I can actually wax my face and people laugh at me. My guy friends will laugh at me like, really? Are you serious? Like, I'm not doing them, ripping it. It does help quite a bit. Because like I
Hey,
said, it's not a lot of hair, but the hairs that do come in, they just come right out and go right back in, and it's just horrible. So
yeah.
what would you recommend for that?
Hey, for one, you a G for the whole wax on the face. Nah, no one can laugh at you for that. That is serious. If you could take that, no. But it's second, yes. I am already thinking about I would recommend a mix of oils, and most of them that I'm thinking of, I have on this table back here. So, what I can say is what I normally recommend when people talk about hair growth is castor oil. If you can get it, I would recommend Jamaican black castor oil. But regular will work as well. You can just get that like right at the store. But
So we've got a new beauty shop. Do they sell that there?
I haven't made it over there yet. I do want to go in there. I've been stuck into my own thing over here, but I do need to check it out because they might have some products that I can't find on Amazon and other places. So yeah,
Yes.
but
Shout out. We love supporting local business for sure.
yeah, um, but yeah, I'll definitely I'll have to do a little bit. I'm not going to recommend you anything outside of that right this second, just because I know that there's a better mix of oils to help with the other issues you're saying, and like hyperpigmentation and all the other and the ingrown hairs and like all that type of stuff. So I want to formulate like the right oil mix. And see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Just having conversations with people like, okay, so what is your issue? And then I'm gonna write it down. I want to go do my research and make sure, and, make you up a little sample and, see how it goes. Because with hair growth and stimulation, a lot of times it's something you're gonna have to do consistently, like every single day. So that's also like, are you gonna be committed to using this product if you really want to see, results from it? So that's one thing I will.
Oh, I absolutely will be. I will.
Yeah.
Because it drives me
Okay.
crazy. I actually like my face really smooth. So I'll go through with the razor and it's like, that's bad. And then I would put rubbing alcohol on my face. And folks are like, what are you doing? Like, you are destroying your face. So now I got like this circular, scrub with the micro beads and exfoliation. And, it got really crazy. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, skincare is important for sure. But all
Yeah,
right, so
for
let's go
sure.
ahead and shift into tonight. So as you know, we talk about a lot of different things, and through our conversations, you talked about being a huge advocate for Black males, right? And so with that, I kind of shared with you the Black male political agenda, and just to kind of give a little backstory on that. And I'll put this in the chat if you guys want to check that out. You can. But when we were having the presidential election, the whole thing is about what is, what is whoever is running for office, what are they going to do for you, right? And if you don't ask, you're not going to get anything. And so we, Black people aren't a monolith, right? So we all have different interests and whatnot, but there has to be something more tangible than just pull down a statue or rename a street, right? At the end of the day, that doesn't, change the situation and start to solve and fix the problems. And so shout out to Dr. Hassan Johnson. Him and a bunch of other PhDs have kind of come up with this list here. And like I said, I put the link in the chat. Let me go ahead and pull this up here so everyone can see it. Whoops, sorry about that. All right. And so if you want to follow along, you can, but it's all the day. We'll talk about maybe one or two, and then just kind of, continue to have these conversations as we continue, our podcast. But one is family court reform. Okay. And so there's some issues in child custody, mandatory paternity testing, standards, lots of different things there. Like I said, we're going to go into these specifically, so I'm not going to read them all. Education, in the podcast I talked about yesterday, I gave you some data that showed that only 10% of Black boys are at the on the planet. Affirmative action, double minority status for Black males where they had access to employment and higher payment income floors based on their race and gender. So we'll get into that a little bit. Targeted homelessness programs. As you know, of homeless people are Black, and of that, 60% of those are male. And so what ends up happening is, these stats are kind of put out there, and they'll say, well, Black people are affected by this particular whatever it is, right? And then it shifts to whatever, the group that is trying to advocate for whatever they want, right? So then it's like, well, 20% of kids are LGBTQ, right? So while that is, in the population as a whole, but we make up 40% of homelessness, right? So we are one of the largest numbers. Law enforcement, that kind of goes without saying. Targeted unemployment programs, we're going to have to retrain. I research and listen to a lot of different information. One thing that we know, we have jobs that are going away. We have jobs that aren't going to come back. And we also have technology and innovation. So automation that's replacing jobs. And the black man makes about $45,000 as a median income. Not really living off of that, right? We know what the housing prices are and everything else. You put child support on top of that, and folks aren't making it, which is a catalyst on why black men make up a high percentage of homelessness, right? Lack of resources, lack of access to those resources and training. Intimate partner violence, homicide policy reform, health targeted cancer campaigning, treatment, and recognition. I talked about another podcast, the NFL, which is a men's sport. We'll talk about breast cancer awareness, and they wear their pink. I believe that's October, if I'm not mistaken. But a lot of black men die from prostate cancer, and there's really no conversation, and there needs to be more education and advocacy for that. So do it now. All right, you're back. So, Tazsjah, here's what happened. It is remarkable, but I will do the most innocent podcast with no issues. And as soon as I
Yeah, it's frozen again.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and restart this, and we'll come right back because we haven't even gotten into the topic yet. So just bear with us, and we apologize for the issues, but we will not be deterred, and we will not be stopped. We just aren't. Ain't gonna happen. All right. So we'll let Tazsjah get back and do that, and we'll be right back. All right. And we are back. Hopefully that will resolve the issue. We'll wait for Tazsjah to come back in here. Let me go back to what I was saying so I can get through our list for our conversation here. And yeah, like I said, it is uncanny. It just doesn't. It's like as soon as you start going in on something, here they come. It's like they got to do it. They can't help themselves. So, but yeah, we won't be deterred. We will not be deterred. So here she is. Let me go ahead and let her back in. How you doing there? I went ahead and restarted it, so hopefully that will resolve the issue. But we'll see what these demons try to do to us. So the last two or three was paternity leave, reverse voter discriminate disenfranchisement, blackmail specific reparations for the transatlantic slave through the 21st century, and hyper incarceration. What and the contributors here at the bottom: BGS Idmore, Adam Idmore, David Williams, Stuart Knight, Tristan J, Brian M, and Chief of the South. And again, this is at the website. Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. You can follow his YouTube channel. He is a professor, and he focuses on Black. Kind of this list. What are your thoughts on this list, just in general?
Okay, sorry, I was making sure I was hearing your full question. It was just cut out. I was going over this earlier today, and a lot of these, I was like, I feel like we're personal. So I was like, um, even just with the first one, um, you know, being in Washington and being a black male, and if you are not with the mother of your children and she is upset in any way, like it's just really not gonna look good for you. Um, and then on top of that, unfortunately, down this list, you talk about incarceration and all of that. Unfortunately, a lot of people they have records, and so if you have that on top of that, and you're black, like, and yeah, it's a whole thing, and then you're usually gonna always start with the mother, and so yeah, that's thankfully, there I've seen some changes with some things, and it's going better for some people's situations with that, thankfully. um you know because I don't mean to talk down on any women. It's just that if they're trying to be in their child's life and you're making it difficult, like, what is your aim really? Because who are you really damaging in the end? Your child. So yeah, that for me is just, yeah. I'm thankful that I didn't have to go through that, even though my parents didn't stay together. But that was, thankfully, that situation worked out, okay, and there wasn't any like court type stuff. But for a lot of people, it doesn't play out that way. And having the court involved, and then that causes so many issues for the man, like, yeah, and how they're already looked at. They're already being looked down on. So if you even say something, whether it's true or not about them, that's gonna stick. you know, Especially if you say it in court and they end up siding with you, you're always gonna have it on your record whether it's true or not. And until you get like those right people to, they can see through all of the other stuff, it's kind of just like, yeah. And this being like on the number one on the list, I feel like when things like reparations happen, that's also on this list. Like, there needs to be more people being put through like learning the system and stuff. So when we have issues like this, we don't have to be like, oh, okay, you have to get how much money is this going to cost a lawyer and stuff, because a lot of them are just, going into court like not really knowing anything or being misguided and stuff. And yeah, so just having a
Yeah.
group of like support and people that have gone through it and people that like have that knowledge, like that would be so helpful to, not even just the men but the children affected in this situation. So, and then even helping them like guide and be counsel with the other parent, like that needs to be something included in it, because you know that's there's also a healing process, like underneath all of these things. There's always a personal healing process that needs to be happening, because all these changes can happen externally and all that, but if you're not healing and growing on the inside along with this, you might just go back to how things were. Even if the external situation gets fixed, you might self-sabotage. So there's also a lot of like, counsel and just like having this type of group. So I think what at the top it says like 10,000. Yeah, and the 10,000 members in this group, like
Mhm.
10,000 people, like that's a significant amount of people to come up with this. And like obviously a lot of them have probably gone through this and are educated about the system and all of those things. So imagine like what could grow from this if people start catching on to it and really also doing personal research to add into this. So I was just watching something. I'm not like detailed on like every single thing, but I think June 13th was like the day they signed some type of constitution or whatever, and all of that. And that's when, they were what, 56, 57 men locking themselves in a room and coming up with stuff just that it was going to affect literally everybody for forever. And not forever. But, it's just, yeah, and it's like, well, we can do the same thing. I feel like it's about to like freeze or something. We can
You're
do
good.
the same thing, and it can start with things like this. But what people don't understand, and a lot of it just goes way deeper than this, that you know, until we get right, a lot of things just won't be right, and that's for
Yeah.
everybody. So when things get better for us, and we start doing better for us, that's going to trickle down and spread to everybody else. But so many people don't know
Let me
that.
let me jump in here. What you said is really powerful. So, and I really agree with that. One, it's like Reaganomics, which is trickle down economics, right? If you do right by the businesses and the people at the top, then it'll filter down to the rest of the class, to the rest of the classes, and a high tide rises all boats. But it really is the reverse, right? And I think we're in the place that we are in this country because the United States just refuses to do right by Black people, right? And so if we are the most impacted by many of the harmful things, there hasn't been any reconciliation or reparations, and in a lot of ways, acknowledgement on these issues. Once those things happen and we begin to be made whole, we're at the bottom. By proxy, everybody is going to end up doing better. And I think you see that anytime something is kind of targeted at us directly, that's exactly what happens, right? We could take the civil rights era, as I talked about before, right? That was about, supposedly Black rights, but then, women ended up getting a lot of rights out of that, and several other groups. And so then we kind of found ourselves holding the bag again, like, well, this was supposed to be for us, right? And things did change, but not to the. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it cut out on me for a second.
That's all right. It'll cut out and in. So, I'll see you kind of moving around, and
Let's see.
what are your thoughts on that statement, Tazsjah?
Okay, I'll have to have you repeat the statement because I just cut back in.
Or did you? Oh, so what I was saying basically was I stopped you because you said basically trickle down economics in a sense, but the reverse, right? So if America does right by the Black community in terms of reconciliation, reparations, then every other group will, by proxy, benefit from it. And we've seen, we have historical data showing and supporting that that is exactly what happens, right?
Yeah, but with us, historically, and the way things played out, I won't go too far into this, but you know, the even like the wording that you're saying, like it trickles down and things like that. And us as a people, we are naturally just like loving, and you need some kind of something like that. So in our own nature, we never viewed people as like under us. So ours isn't like trickling. It's not going to trickle, down because we're not above anybody. And so, the position that we're in, we're spread out. A lot of us are at the bottom. Some of us are in the middle. Some of us might, and us being on the bottom, I really feel personally is an illusion. But
Mm.
that's how it was made to be. So, and then some of us, the ones who made her super successful. So ours will go every way. It'll go down, up, sideways, diagonal, because all of us are needed in this situation, and that's what we also have to realize. We all have something to offer, and so whatever good we do, it's gonna spread out all which way that it needs to go. But that's only if we're doing what we need to do. Um, as an individual, because if you're doing what you need to do as an individual, you'll attract the group that you need, and you'll be doing what you need to do as a group, and it just spreads like that. And so, yeah, that's yeah.
Elaborate on the illusion.
It's an illusion because our attention is really what controls things, and really our black dollar that we don't keep in a circle. It does not circulate within our community longer than like 2 seconds. So
Mm.
that's that's affecting us as well. You know, yeah, it's just that we are very resourceful, because if we weren't in the beginning, why would they have done all this? Like if we were just worthless and we were dumb and they couldn't get anything from us, would they have just left us alone or killed all of us? Like so, yeah. And even like the thing, how can people be so upset about other people appropriating us? But don't you realize that that's because they want to emulate us and be like us? And so it's and that all this, they're up top, but they're really looking to us for the next move and what we're doing and all that type of stuff. And yeah, and unfortunately, the way that it plays out is that it's just it's a tug of war. Like they're getting stuff from us and they make something, and then we're going and paying like hundreds of dollars for it, even though they got it from us. And why didn't any of us create it? But that's because we won't support that, because
Oh,
we
yeah.
come
All right.
into
Go ahead. Go deep.
that illusion that theirs is better if they make it. And so it's just, yeah, that's why I say you're individual. You got to heal from that and then learn a lot of things. Even with business, if you have like a bad experience with a business that is white, you might keep going there, like Walmart or any type of these bigger corporations. Like you might have hell every time you go in there, but you still keep going there because, oh well, they sell what I need, or like it's more convenient or whatever I can't find anywhere else. I'll stop using what I need. Like let Walmart just make me so upset that I just can't go in there. Like I don't care. Like forget them. Like I'll get whatever I need there, or I'll make it in my house. So it's just, or I'll do my research to find somebody black that makes this thing. Like because I'm cool off all of that. Like
So,
and
let's go into that, Tazsjah. You bring up something really interesting, right? There are a lot of companies that Black folks will continue to frequent, and no matter how bad they get treated, right?
mm-hmm. Oh, see, it's cutting out on me. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
They'll come out with the monkey on the chest or a noose, and we still buy it, right? Well, I gotta have my Gucci belt. I gotta have this and that. We will still support. Or you go to McDonald's and it's like, hey, I want that apple pie. Well, we don't have any apple pies. Oh, I want this. Well, we don't have that. But you continue to go, and you don't even ask for a discount at McDonald's because you know you're not going to get one. But if you go to a black company, first you want a discount, you want something free, and you know you may or may not support. And if they ever do something just in the slightest, you ain't going back again. Can you speak to that? Because it's crazy.
and and you know what? I just like it's all about your mentality because I know people that are like that and they will never mess with that company, that black business again. But there is somebody that I know that they were relentless and they will keep like giving people chances and stuff. And I'm just like, that is dope because you're a very rare person to do that. And and so I've seen both sides. Some people would be like, oh, this person did this, they're so unprofessional, I'll never go back there again. And it's just we really do got to get over that. And if we had enough of a community of where we could give each other like even constructive criticism and knew how to like treat each other and speak to each other, even in that sense, I had a bad time with this, individual, this like, but I'm gonna go speak to them or like maybe email them, but not be malicious about it because, we got you immediately get upset, like you messed up my food or something, or you gave me the wrong change, whatever it might be. Like everybody don't make those mistakes. So I'm just like, yeah, but that's also one thing that I don't want to forget this point. It's just that's how we treat ourselves. A lot of times we beat ourselves up or we don't trust ourselves or and a lot of it we just be projecting and we need to heal that part of ourselves so we can stop treating other people that way. And yeah, that's a lifelong thing because sometimes you'll be like, why are people acting this way towards me and it's because you're either treating yourself that way or it could just be like you might be treating other people that way in the slightest and not even realize it. And so yeah, just self-awareness helps with that. So I would encourage you, the next bad experience or negative experience you have when it comes to a black business or even in a relationship with somebody, like think of a different way of going about it, because don't you want to not have that experience anymore? And when did you like to just heal that? And because that could be something that's reoccurring in your life and it's not just with that person or just that business, you're the common denominator. So maybe use that experience to be like, all right, let me reflect on this and do this a different way or try this again, because that's what you'll keep going through the same thing over and over until you get it. And because life does not play, that's just how it works. So yeah,
No,
and
but
that's
it's so strange, Tazsjah, because I have friends that will constantly complain about McDonald's or some of these other companies, but they just continue to go. And it's like, like you said, they'll mess up the order, they'll mess up the money, they don't have what you want when you want it.
let's see, yeah, it's cut out.
And when it got to their turn, they're like, oh, we're close. That's it. And it's like, okay, they talk to you bad, talk to you crazy. And then yet we still go back and we accept it like, well, that's just how it is, but that's what I want. But when it comes to us, it's just like, yeah, no, the first issue that we see, and we're very hypercritical too. You need to change your sign. Why is this on your menu? Your food costs too much. Man, y'all didn't open up on time. Man, you closed early. I mean, y'all business experts now. They'll pick you apart. Like, wow,
Yeah.
I could actually do more if you support it because I'd have revenue coming in. And it's like, well, you get it right, then I'll support you. It's like, okay. It's like jobs that'll say, hey, you know what? No experience necessary, or we want 5 years of experience, right? But it seems to be kind of an entry level job. And it's like, well, where am I supposed to get the 5 years of experience when you're the first job to come in? So what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? It's just crazy.
Yeah. I'm just getting a text. I don't know what they want me to say, but it says I'm still live, but you're cutting out.
I'm still cutting out. All right.
Yeah.
That's actually a good thing. I'm working on that right now. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add myself onto another computer and go. So as long as you can hear me, that's cool. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you a question and let you kind of run with it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So how do I want to do this? Oh, this is already up. I wrote a grant, and I did a 3 hour podcast last night, and it was kind of centered around some of these issues that we're talking about, right? And I love having conversations.
Let's see. Yeah, you're cutting out for me too. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I can't even see your screen anymore or hear you. Well, if everybody else can hear me, I hope you're enjoying the conversation. I'm just playing the waiting game right now.
Good. You're good. All
Okay.
right. So uh, I'm gonna give you this question. So this was one that I kind of brought up that I said we are gonna talk about before, and then I'm gonna add myself on another computer and camera while you answer the question. But the question is this: non custody parents are the men, right? They're paying child support. They don't have a lot of support, um, and we know that men are so needed in children's lives, right? So you've got earned income credit and all these other incentives and benefits for people that have custody or primary custody of the children. What do you think about paying men to be in their children's lives? However that looks, right? You give them a tax credit, and you'll see some custodial parents will work. Well, even the men sometimes will work for a couple months just to get that big multi-$1,000 earned income credit, and then they stop working right after. So we see things like that. What are your thoughts on that? I'm gonna let you take it, and then I'm gonna go ahead and work on my side.
Well, that sounds wild. Just paying a father to be in a child's life. I get what you're saying, but it was it was just funny to hear it said like that. Um, I don't know. I don't hear of many fathers getting child support. Um, they're either not caught up in that situation because the woman understands, what getting the courts involved, actually does, and how it does a lot more harm than help. Um, so I don't know. Honestly, off top, I would be for men getting men getting what is it called? Wow, I'm having like a brain thing right now. Getting money for support for their children, child support. Wow, please forgive me. Um, yeah, because I don't think, first off, children cost a lot of money, and even if they're not having like 50-50 custody, even if it's just a couple days, some children have like health issues. Some children like require more, and it's just I don't. And men just already have to go through a whole lot, and so having that monetary support, like that extra monetary support, is always helpful because in a lot of instances, women are spending that child support money on themselves and not on the child. And that, I know that was something else in here, and people act like black men don't have any type of integrity and they're just gonna spend it on whatever, like, nah, that's why he got new rims,
Uh-oh.
because he's getting child support now. Like, I can already see it, but it's just, I don't, and no one ever wants to be like that. a constant advocate, and then once they just want to give them crumbs just to look good, and I don't want that to be like the situation, and like it always comes with like strings attached when it's something for us and then something for black men. So I just, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm forgetting. Like there was a second part to your question,
Well,
but
so
I feel
just
like
to jump back in on what you were saying, right? People are always going to pick apart, right? There's not going to be some type of universal solution that everyone agrees with. True story. So ultimately, we've tried several other things, right? So the way that we have set our laws up, okay, you're the non-custodial parent. Typically, the mother gets the child, and now the man has to pay child support, right? So we're talking about primarily black men, but we can.
it just cut out.
Yeah, I cut out. You multiply that by 0.8. That's about $32,000 a year, and they can take up to 50% of child support. They'll take your driver's license. They'll do all different types of things to kind of cripple you as a punishment, as an incentive for you to pay your child support. But you said, well, you just need to work harder, or you shouldn't have had the kid, or you should have go to school. And it's like, but I can't do all those things, and so we end up, victim blaming and blaming
It's cut out again.
prison pipeline is a real thing that we know about. Two, 90% of black kids aren't reading at the level at the 8th grade. And then we look at how that kind of translates, right? One in them to do, right? So children are going to happen, and then you're going to cripple them, and they never get out of that situation. So they're in this cycle. And remember, when I have conversations, I want us to be intellectually honest. When I'm talking, I'm speaking general, not everybody. But sometimes some people are the exception to the rule, right? But a huge majority of people are stuck and trapped in place, and then that's where they find themselves. And we are throwing money in different ways, right? We've got this social program. We've got this, you used to be able to be on welfare forever. Then they said 5 years, right? So they try all these different things. But all of the things that they've done, whether it was intentional or not, has separated the father from the mother, right? Because it does breed, I'm going to feel some kind of way if I'm giving you, I bring home $1,000 a week. That's way too much. I bring home $1,000 every 2 weeks. And half of that is going to child support. And then I look up, you got another man, you know what I'm saying? You got your nails done, hair did, everything did. And I'm barely making it, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, and then you want me to spend time and you want me to do this and you want me to do this. And it's like, I can't, right? And so now the father is feeling some kind of way about the mother, is feeling some kind of way about the child, and it drives a wedge, right? And so you're trying to fight against that. So just kind of unpacking it that way and saying, look, yeah, there's going to be people that are going to be against it. During the Reagan years, it was like welfare queens, right? And we were put out there as the ones that were abusing welfare, when we know the majority of people on welfare in this country are actually white people, right? But we organized about it, right? So they showed our Lincolns and our Cadillacs, and this is what they're spending their money on. So people are going to do and say that anyway. I think the goal is you've got to start to get to the root, and you need a 2-parent, not a household, but you need 2 active parents if they're not going the co-parenting to be active, and that would be one way to start to support that. Jump in there on that.
Yeah, and I always kind of like have reparations in the back of my head, because, like I said, going to the courts and stuff, they don't necessarily know how to, best handle the situation, because they're going to be getting, not even the full story. Like you said, there's exceptions to the rules, all that type of stuff. And, I feel like we we would need reparations to like covers so many different things because, like you said, like even feeling some type of way because you're gonna have your paycheck taken, and then you're not having enough for yourself and enough for your kids and all that type of stuff. And that's also why I be thinking about things like you know getting stipends, especially when it comes to like rent and things like that. Um, and all the things that are getting used against them, like not having their license and not having a job, because if they do got a job, it's what paycheck. And so I I don't know. It always goes all the way back to like this is how they planned it to be. So it's kind of like what do we do from there? Because they set up these things that seem like they're good for us, but really it's just to keep us in this cycle. And I don't want to get too off topic, but who is all watching this is the children. And they're seeing like, oh, is this what life gonna be like? And a lot of them are just gonna stay in that cycle and watch their parents go through it, and then they're gonna go through it. Very few like are like, I'm gonna do something different and actually end up doing something different. There's a lot of people that strive to do that, but sometimes their family life is so messed up and that's what they're in. That's the cycle that they stay in, and that's exactly what is wanted. And so and that's why you said like the mom's got a new boyfriend and stuff. And even back in the day, it's like a man couldn't be in the house because if he is, we're taking away everything. So
Facts.
yeah, and that's still it's not all the way. Yeah, I don't know it. So I just and there's so it's like a domino effect is what I'll say, because if they do have anything on the record, there's that thing. And then, like, oh, you don't have your license, and then you don't have, a place to live, or, all of this, you don't got a job, and, all of this type of stuff. And you try to do one thing to remedy it and just to get by. And then, you're doing so much on that and still trying to be a father. And even within that, if you're having any stress from the other side when you're trying to win your child's life, it's like that's like mentally and emotionally, just spiritually exhausting. And like and that's ignored, especially because you're a black male. No one's gonna care about you. Come in there like, I'm just tired, it's hard to get out of bed today. Like if a black man came in and said that, they'd be like, you lazy. And so it's just yeah, and no one's gonna give them any type of like leeway or anything. And so yeah, and for me, it's like this isn't a handout. It is just like what did it say at the bottom? What we would what they would be getting reparations for, and like for historical and all that type of stuff. Like historically, we have been beaten down, and that beating has been passed down in every single way. It just gets transformed in how we're getting beaten. Like they just changed the weapon, like pretty much like that they use, and so. And a lot of times, even if I feel like even if they were in a position to just have those access to resources like that, a lot of them don't want to take any type of handout. And so it will be best for us to be in control of the resources, our own people that know what it is and know how to help and, really take people through these situations and really heal like internally and externally, like and stop and break these cycles, whether it's economic or whether it's a spiritual cycle or whatever the cycle is that you need to break, and healing and working through all these things. And, maybe you'll never be cool with, the mother of your child, but, it's not going to be affecting, your mental health. It's not going to be affecting your child because, even if no matter how crazy the other person acts, you're in your child's life and they can see like, what's going on, not all the way, see what's going on, but, just know that, they're safe with you. And, if they start asking questions like what's going on, you got support around you to like, if you don't know what to say to your child, like even just things like that, helping you support your child through whatever might be going on the other side that you know of and don't know of, and so just having things like that, because a lot of people I feel like they kind of like glide over all of the like the smaller details that build up to the bigger things, and not getting to the root cause of I honestly I could never put blame on a man for not wanting to work because of that situation. honestly, that's why I would be like, hey, there's that just means you gotta find another way to do something. And like, while you might not be able to remedy the relationship because they're just probably always gonna be crazy, you gotta, make sure that you're good and find another avenue to do this and find someone when you're, working through that to like actually help you in a sense, like whether it's like legally, financially, whatever kind of, you just need like a support, like an advocate, and if we just had there's 10,000 people, like somebody out of those people, like, and even if they can't be the person, they can connect you to somebody else. Because, yeah, and just that is just so important. Like, we're so disconnected, and I don't ever want, you know, it. Well, I don't think it can even get worse than it is right now, to be honest, for us, because we because, and I only said it because I feel like a lot of people are, in a sense, like waking up to what's going on, and like even though they might kind of still be stuck, they're just like they at least are a little bit enlightened. Some dots have connected, and they're like, okay, this isn't right. I need to figure it out and do it a different way. And yeah, I feel
Well,
like
and
I'm
I
getting
think
back
that's
to
really,
the question, but
Paige, if I can jump in there, we've tried to incarcerate our men for not paying child support. We've taken their driver's license. We've garnished their wages, right? We've taken their resources. I can tell you, it's probably been about 5 years now, maybe yeah, about 5 or 6 years. I still owe child support on my oldest daughter, and they wouldn't renew my passport. And I actually needed to go to China for business, and I couldn't leave the country. And it's like, okay, that's pretty crippling. And so he had to go through all these things, and it's like, all right, I'm just gonna, pay the whole thing and be done with it. And I did that. And what was unfortunate, I owed like 5 grand. They sent a check to my daughter for $800 because the rest went to the state. So it didn't even benefit in the end, even though the state was supporting her and her mom during the time that they were using assistance, right? The wedge was kind of put in there, and there was a lot of stuff that was going on, right? I was 20, definitely wasn't ready to be a father, and definitely wasn't ready to be mature and work through the issues with her mom, right? Which caused those things, right? So I'm speaking from experience. And then with Layla, it was more traditional, right? We um, got together in college. We actually met at OC in calculus class of all places, right? I mean, and too many, black women in calculus. So, it's like, oh, that's the one for real, it's on. And so I proposed to her during our bachelor program, and she was like, no, we're not going to get married until we finish our master's. I was like, all right. So we finished our masters, got married, bought a house. Then we had Layla. So we did everything together in order, as they say, is probably the best way to do it. And we had a good run. We were married for 10 years, and then we were divorced, right? And so now we have a co-parenting, situation going on. She's the custodial parent, but it's a lot different now because I'm older and more mature. So now the relationship is positive between me and her. And that just makes Layla's life so much better, right? Um, but I can't go back and do it different with Nakoya. And that trauma and that pain and that absence from me being there, it now has formed into her adulthood. And when you talk about ACEs, um, which is adverse childhood experiences, right? She experienced those, and now my grandchildren are experiencing them too. And it's unfortunate because there's how do I break the cycle? So we need to try something else. You've jailed us. You've taken our money. You've taken our passport. You've taken our license. You give earned income credit to the custodial parent. Why not try this?
Yeah, that's wild. um, yeah, because I don't even know like the ins and outs. Because I mean, I don't have kids, so I've never like personally been in that situation. Have to go through all of that. I've just always kind of been more of a support type person. And even when I was younger, and I had older people that I knew they were going through it and stuff, and I'd be like, I'm like, well, why can't you just go to the court and be like, I mean, you take care of your kid. I see you with them all the time. Like, I never seen the kid with the mom. Like, why are you going through all this? Like, and then they'd be like, oh,
Hey
well.
now.
And I'm just like, yeah, it's wild. So, yeah. So I just, you take me back like 10 years, 15 years, and just like, it's wild that people were, some were still going through it. And it's just like, and now in my head, I'm like, man, there got to be something that like I can do now. I'm older. I can like learn some stuff or like go back and be like, hey, like we got resources now. You still going through it? Like, it's so in my head. That's the way I'm thinking, because like it's wild, and because I know a lot of their children and stuff. And like you was talking about atheists, like every time someone mentions it, I laugh just because I think me and my brother took that test when we were learning about it. I think I took it first at a Kitsap Strong event with Cody.
And so, if that's not the solution, Tazsjah, what else can people try?
Yeah, and the only thing that we can try is to do for ourselves. Um, and I feel like I'm going back to what I was saying earlier. Is we have to do for ourselves and learn for ourselves and really like come together, because if you are going through this problem and you have someone that like has a little bit of knowledge or even a little bit of resource to help guide you in a better direction in that first step, that's all that like a lot of people need. Because it could be as simple as they never had to write paperwork, or they had to write paperwork and didn't understand it. It could be something that simple. They could just be like, okay, now that I have that and I got that right, you could easily just go on your own from there. You might not even need the support, or it can guide you to the support you need. And because so many of us don't have that, or we've gone through it for years and we just be beaten down every time you go in there and just like, okay, no, well, we're still gonna believe the other side because they said this, and prove it. Oh, you haven't been working, like, oh, you still got no, okay, yeah, whatever. We don't care what you say you're doing for your kid, because we're gonna keep it the same until we see some change. But not realizing like, how can anything change when I can't find a place to live? Like, when I do get a check, I gotta make 3 times as much to live here. Like, all those things, and even just I've gone through before, like trying to find a place to live. So I'm like, I know if you got all this stuff going on, and you know, yeah. So for me, it's just like, okay, so I see all these houses and stuff being built. You can turn down all these trees, building houses and stuff. The stuff that we can afford. And so it's like, okay, so do we know people with land here? Because I know people that do landscaping, construction, plumbing, and like all this type of stuff. So why are we not doing for ourselves? We have all these different connections, and even talking about myself and other people I know, we have all these different connections. We really do just need to come together, because I drive past empty places, empty lots and stuff, and I'm like, I can just envision something that we could do right here, and I'm just like, man, so we just, we don't got 10,000 of us, that right in this little place, but we could definitely start something. And I'm always saying that because Bremerton is small,
Mm-hmm.
and it's easy, and like with the connections, and it's like, but we have to come up with like a collective vision. We can't be divided, and letting like small beefs and like all that type of stuff. And we need to quit disrespecting each other in public. We need to quit disrespecting each other like all together. But even the way that we come at each other in public is nasty. So you know, I
So, how
just
do we do that, Tazsjah? How do we undo the trauma, the distrust, especially here in a small community? It's a big deal.
yeah. Well, for one issue is that we distrust the institutions, and some of us with good reason, some just because other people don't trust it. So once again, you gotta, think about like why you do certain things and why you're not working with certain people. Is it something that can be like healed? Is it something that can be worked through? Because even
Well,
with
I mean,
this,
let's say it's a small town, right? So this person has offended me 5 years ago, or yesterday, and now it's like, man, I ain't working with that person. I can't trust them. They done talked about me and mine behind my back, and we don't see eye to eye, right? So you
yeah,
hear about it a lot, right? This one is running up under these folks, and I don't trust them, so I can't work with them.
yeah, and for me, I don't even know how I got to be this way, but I just do not care. I have coworkers who just be lying to my face, and I just be sitting there like,
Wow.
you know what? I'm gonna just because you do your job enough. I'm gonna just let this slide as long as it's not nothing that's gonna be detrimental. You're like, you're just lying to me. But if it's something fixed and it's kind of just like, whatever, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Or people that I know are not fans of me. I have in the past seen them in situations where they were going through something, and I walked up to them like, "You good?" And they're looking at me crazy, and I'm just like, and I end up helping them out because in my mind, I might not like you, I might, but I don't want nothing bad to happen to you. So if I see you in a situation, I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm about to." Oh,
Sorry about that.
oh no, you're good. So for me,
Go
even if
ahead,
I have
continue.
an issue with somebody, like I don't know, I think it's just something maybe that's like, I don't have an issue enough with anybody to not see them in some type of distress. Well, I'm not gonna lie, there's probably like I'm not all the way there. I got like a handful of people, but in the sense, but they are also not people that would ever be with any type of help community, any type of stuff anyway. So that's irrelevant. Somebody that like I've had conversations with that I know like no matter how they're actually in life, I've had
Mhm.
conversations with them and I know what type of person they are in their core. So even if you decide you want to beef with me or whatever, but you still like have things you can discuss before that you want to work on. I'm open to people like hitting me. You have to only be talking about some business and like some what you really want to do because any type of feelings you have towards me, we need to put that aside. I'm gonna do that for you automatically. Like I cannot. I don't care if I can't stand your face. If you come to me and you're just like, okay, well, this isn't this. I'm trying to do this. You know anybody or I heard you doing this. I can work with you from a distance or connect you with somebody or whatever it is. Like in the end of the day, it's not about me. Because how do I know that like this connection that I know I might normally brush off just because we don't like each other could be the start of something that we actually really need. And so all of that kind of you know people, even when people get disrespectful and stuff, I'm still just like there's a reason why they're acting like this, and I know it has nothing really to do with me as an individual. So I'm just like I might just need to give them their time. But if you want to come and discuss something, I'm into that as long as you're going to be mature about it and it's going to be helpful, and that really goes for anybody. Because I know that there's from this community that would do really good work together, and but these things need to be healed. And like I know when I say that word, people are probably like healed. Why you get so deep with it? But like that's like the best word I can think to describe because it's just like it's really what's happening because it's a disconnect
Mhm.
really, and it usually doesn't take much because if you've ever reconciled with somebody and later been on like that was really stupid that we were even like going through that, like a lot of it is that a lot of it could just be like a lot of what I think is going on in the community is like they heard something about this business or this person, so they're not really messing with them, or something like that. And like we are just discussing, like we don't give us people like second citizen, even if it's just like some hearsay and it's not directly with you, you just won't mess with someone off of that. And so I also think that's a thing that we need to get over because I'll hear a bad review about a place I'm like, okay, I might hold off on that, or maybe get another opinion or something like that. But if it's someone black or like black owned or something like that, I'm just like, well, you guys could also just be beefing. So maybe you're just trying to badmouth them. So then I also have to take that into, because I'm like, I know that people be always trying to start stuff, so I gotta, put my feet in everybody's shoes. But it's and that's the thing. Like, I can't expect you, if you are that way, you can't expect for everybody else to be that way. And so don't let that. Still, just don't let people like mess you up. Like, no matter how, if you're just disconnected, if there's like a group of people out here that look like us, that just like, not one of the positive stuff you're doing, we're gonna keep separated. I think, like, all right, well, our attention goes where our attention is more important than yours. Not saying we're above you, but if you're on something negative, like, you're not above us. So it's just like, we can easily disconnect from you, and hopefully one day you'll get together. A lot of times they got to get over their own stuff and then actually see something else going on. Because a lot of it is just disbelief in themselves and disbelief in their own people. So they're going to be negative about it until they see. And even then, that might make people worse. Because they're like, well, I can't choke now. I got to keep hating them forever. And so,
That's fact.
And on our side, we still, like I said, when I feel like people don't feel loving and connected and stuff like that, which is our true nature, that's when I'm just like, well, you need to get back to nature, because, yeah, it is. The disconnect is real with ourselves as individuals, and I feel like he repeated myself when I'm saying that, but like, that's really the root of it, of the disconnect and the bad impressions, and we believe other people's impressions instead of the. We believe like everything. We're more susceptible to believing the negative things, no matter who it's coming from, and all the positive things. If you hear from people, like, that's when you start picking and choosing. Like, I don't know, you're saying all this nice stuff, but I remember a couple years ago you said something, let's stick with that, and we do that
Right.
to ourselves, not healing and forgiving ourselves for things. So I feel
Well,
like
they say, you could do 9 good things, but they're only going to remember the one bad thing you did.
Yeah.
And they'll never match up. So, to try to get, we're both root people, right? We want to get to the root. And so I think what you're saying is right? Mental health, we need counseling, we need self-care, we need self-awareness. The problem is that somebody's got to go first. And then when someone does go first, the other person has to be receptive to it. And we are a small community. And you were talking about, hey, the Black Male Political Agenda has 10,000 strong members, but that's more national. In fact, I think some of those brothers are international. But we are small. And in a lot of ways, it should be easier to do because we're smaller. And you were also saying, I don't think things could get any worse. And I believe that they can, right? It's already been said there's going to be a worse pandemic that comes along at some point in time, right? This one was predicted 5 years ago by Obama and Fauci, and here it is. And we don't trust each other. We can't work together. And if it gets worse, it's too late to try to band together now. We got to start working on it right now. Gas prices, food shortages, eviction. And again, folks are having their credits are destroyed because they're not able to pay their bills. Their rental history is destroyed because they're not able to pay their rent. They don't have a livable wage, right? So a lot of folks are going to be caught into this trap where there's not going to be anything that they can do. You got to find a way to work together. We got to grow our own food. There's so many different things that we need to do. So that root, if you had a suggestion for someone that has an issue with someone else in our community, what are some of the things they should do right away? Like, 1 to 3 things that they could do to try to work past that?
As in like the organization have an issue, or like just an individual, or
I think it starts with an individual.
yeah. I need to figure out why it's so important. Why is that disconnect so important to you? Why is having that, type of relationship with that? Why is it so important to hold that negativity and to hold whatever happened like in that moment? Because that is the past. Like whatever happened does not exist in that is the past. We're in the present right now. Like if you keep holding on to that, like that's gonna affect in other ways, or it's just gonna sit. Like if you have a pet and they just like go in the corner and you just leave it sitting there, that's what I like, because you're always gonna go over there and be like, oh, it's nasty, I should pick it up, but most people would. But instead you're just gonna leave it sitting there and stinking and turning white and doing all type of stuff, turning into furniture. Like besides Eddie Murphy stand up. I don't know why my mind just went there. But and so you're just gonna leave that sitting there, but for what? Like why not just go pick that up and like just have a clean space, because now you have no chance of stepping on that and making it worse, spreading it. You're not, I don't know, probably not the metaphor of using like, animal droppings, but I mean like, it's just, I don't know, it's why leave that there? It's not doing you any good. If something's not doing you any good, it's probably doing you some type of harm, whether it's apparent or not. So I think it's festered for a long time, and that could be like the one thing that's holding you back. Like, and so it's always good to at least be like, could I, and making an attempt, because a lot of times in that attempt you'll find that the other side doesn't want to reconcile, and you just have to accept that. But then that's when you have to be like, okay, well, even if you don't come around, I know what I did. My attention to that, because I feel like we could have made it this, we could have grown from there and did something positive. And that's that, but that gives you that knowledge that that's not the person you're supposed to be around, to be working with. And now that you've cleared that for yourself, the right thing will come along. And so, that at least clears your conscience and clears on what you try to do, and you making an attempt.
Let me ask you something, Tazsjah. Let's say you and I got into it. We done fell out. That might be a bad example. But I got a restaurant and I serve this food, and we know that, the black dollar is only in the black community. I can't remember what it was. I had the stat, earlier, 16 minutes or something ridiculous, right? Could you still patronize my business and not deal with me to support the community? Could you do that? Could you see yourself doing that?
Yeah. Listen, everybody has moments and things happen, and how do I know that this isn't just like faded and you're supposed to learn this lesson and I just had to be the one to be on the other side? But I guess that's just like how my brain works. So like I can use this as an example, even though they're not black. But I won't say no names, but I feel like when I say the situation, I'm like, oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. The situation where, someone that I pretty much consider family, they went to a restaurant and, they taters pulled out on them and stuff, and, all that type of stuff. And they didn't go to the restaurant, but yeah, there was, in the vicinity. And, so in my mind, when I see that, I'm just like, this is a hate crime. I was like, do we need to do something about this? Because I was like, I know this person. And I was like, do I need to hit them up? Do we need to come to him? And there's that, when things back in the day used to happen, there's communication between us, and all that type of stuff. So for me, considering family, well, people are doing stuff against him in that establishment, I hope it burned down. But if anything happens, I hope that nobody gets hurt, but I would not be upset either. And it's just like, but, and so I was like, I'll never support that place. If people bring up, I'm gonna tell them not to go there. Like, so in my end, especially because they're not black. So I'm like, okay, I need to circulate my dollars somewhere else anyway. Okay, you gotta rule yourself out. But even just within the last couple of months, Someone brought that up, like, oh yeah, we're gonna go meet there, and I was just like, hold up. I was like, I don't mess with that place. Like, you know what happened? And then when they explained that, the situation was handled, I was like, all right, as long as, some accountability in there, they switch stuff up, who would I be to be like, no, I'm still not going. I don't care if you guys why do that? Why be that the situation was handled and, yeah, so I
Well,
don't know. What was
and
that?
here's what's so strange about that, Tazsjah, is again, as I was saying before, with Gucci and some of these other businesses that have done some overtly racist things, or they've had racist policies, kind of nationwide or globally, and we will still support them, advocate and fight for them, and defend us, patronizing them. But again, when it comes to us, it's that one thing, you're done. So how do
Yeah,
we get to that?
that 2-3 months boycott. What was it, like Ti or somebody tried to say like, let's boycott for a couple months? I was like, a couple months? You're not about to be missing out on nothing. Cause like, oh, okay, they're about to start buying us some legends. Oh, we're about to release this anyway. Let's come with some more, And so I'm just like, in my head, I'm just like, they can't be serious. Like, I know he didn't sit down and think that this was a good idea. And people are, I'm not gonna call people dumb, but they just be following whatever. So they're like, yeah, boycott, let's be mad for a couple months, because we're usually only mad for a couple of days about stuff. So yeah, so in my head, I'm just like, it's simple. I would never not into like name brand stuff and all that anyway. But when it comes to like perfumes and stuff, when I go to the store, I'm like, man, I'm not smelling the perfume. I'm like, forget them. So, and I was like, the ones I smell in the past stink anyway. So I'm just like, I ain't messing with them. I'm glad that they're racist, because I never wanted to support them anyway. This stuff is ugly. So,
Do you think
my
that
head
self-hate is that rooted in self-hate?
is what rooted in self
The
hate.
fact that we will continue to patronize, companies that are racist toward us, but then we
Yeah,
won't support our own.
that was conditioning. That's what the slave masters were doing. Like,
Mm.
that's why you still have like, oh, master, they still have that, all of that. No matter like that, they just raped your wife, there's up the shot your son in the back of the head, and you over here like, oh yeah, I love you. And so we do that just in a lesser type of way. Most of us are in a lesser type of way anyway. But
All right, but those would say, "Hey, slavery was a long time ago. Why are we still doing that?"
because it was conditioning and it's passed down, slavery never ended. I don't hear people I know in slavery right now because they're locked up. That's physical slavery. And now other forms of slavery, I mean, it was like contracts and stuff. You could even say the workforce is a kind of slavery in a way, because that's how it used to be with us, and they would have to sign us contracts and they would own us after we got freed, and all of that type of stuff. Like, that just got transformed. That's why I thought, oh, it was hard for us to even like be a slave back then if we wanted to go back and be a slave sometimes. So so now that we're getting jobs, it's hard for us to get jobs. I'm like, does this sound familiar to anybody? Like like nothing has changed. And so, but we're conditioned to live this way because it's society. If you do this, if you do that, like they start building the prisons and all of that type of stuff, and they made it to have to break the law just to live our lives. Like, if you don't got a job, you got to be a slave. Or if you do got a job and you do this, you're going to jail, and then once to the little bit that you did have. And so, yeah, does any of that sound familiar to like what's
Oh,
going on right now?
it,
So
it resonates with me.
yeah, so in my head, I'm just like, you're still, this family's still good up, like you saying, go back to family court and all that type of stuff. Like, all of that is still happening. So,
But while it's happening, how do we uncondition ourselves? Because there are many of us that are woke, that know what's happening, and how do we begin to take accountability for our part that we're playing in it and start to stop it? Because that's the thing. You know about it, I know about it, several others know about it. Why are we still in the matrix?
everybody has to ask themselves that question that you just asked me.
Mm.
That's how it starts. You got it. And there's no question that I feel like, well, there's no question pertaining to those things. Like, you should always question anything that has to do with, your standing. I would say with you being black, but black and white, that's actually status. It's not. Yeah. So you got to ask yourself, like, those questions, like, what can I do? Because I'm seeing all these things. If I'm so woke and all this, what am I doing in my daily life? How am I speaking? How am I walking? How am I talking? How am I spending my dollar? How am I, treated, this and that? And when I get into a situation, who am I going to? Whether they're bad, like, who am I going to for, what goes on in my life? You got to, like, really be, conscious of what you're doing, how you're doing it, your intention, all of that. A lot of people, like, I'll use Black Lives Matter for getting that whole thing, like that conversation, all of that. Yeah, perfect example. Like, oh yeah, give us, we got this little slogan or whatever to use. Like, come to find out, all this stuff going on in the background. Yeah, so that for me, I don't know. It was interesting. I shouldn't say interesting because that's kind of messed up to say that, like, it was interesting to watch you guys, not you guys, but everybody kind of like go towards that, like, no question, because it was Black Lives Matter, so everyone's going to just go. But I'm like, a lot of the institutions stuff historically were not funded or even built by us, but they were just like a couple of us ago, they was funded by them, and they had a different agenda. And so in my head, I'm suspicious about stuff like that, because I need to know the history of, like, who's behind this, who's funding it, because that played it. And
yes, it does.
I was, like, personally quiet because I was like, you know what? I feel like this is another one of those Obama just came and gave us hope situation. Like, y'all can go and protest and, like, do all this type of stuff, but what is it actually? I seen that people really felt like they was doing something, and I was just like, I guess that's a good start for them. And, like, if that's what you started and propelled to, like, really learning and doing stuff, because I'm gonna hope that they're doing something more to do the marching. I hope there's some personal work or some other conversations going on that, like, they're actually doing other things.
Well, Tazsjah, that's why I thought the country shutting down was a good thing, and I was really I hated when the NBA came back, because everyone was home and they had to acknowledge it and pay attention to it, but everyone wanted everything to open back up and go to sleep. And it was like, man, if this happens, then people are going to go back to watching the NBA and the NFL and doing their thing, and that's it. Right now, it's in their face, and they got to acknowledge it. And we were making progress, and then look, we're right here where we're at, right?
Okay, and I'm that person. I was like, you know what? You know how I said it couldn't get any worse? He said it could. If it does get worse for you, then it is like, because you didn't use this time for it. This is a waste of your time. Don't let it be a waste for everybody else. You use somebody that's, like, going back and doing all the stuff they were not really getting with it. Even, like, they might talk like they with it, but they're not. You gotta be like, oh, okay, well, I hope you get together, because yeah, you're going to the way it was, and was it really good before? No, it wasn't. More things are coming to light, but you're just sitting there, like, in front of the news and, like, scared and all this type of stuff. Of, like, what are you really doing for yourself? You're saying that you want to, like, make change and get connected with people and heal relationships and, like, do all this stuff, but you're sitting at home, like, scared and all this type of stuff. But if you're scared, that's the first thing you need to work on. And so you guys, you have to, like, it's a process, and it's for each individual to work on. Like, for me, my process and how I'm doing this is different, because I didn't connect myself with type of movement. I didn't really do any type of that, because personally, all the people that I know and a lot of people I've been working with for a while, like, Pastor Johnson, like, he's one that got me started on almost everything that I'm doing right now. And so for me and people like him, all the stuff that's going on right now, that are people waking up to, always have had conversations about stuff like this, and like working for it and moving forward and doing things like that. And so, for me, in a sense, I'm not, like, talking down on nobody that's, like, with that or is still with it. Yeah, do your thing. Just, I would do some research maybe, but don't just ever take my for anything that I say, because a lot of this, like, we're on a podcast. I'm not trying to say, like, educate and give people facts right now. we're talking and all those things, but if I say something that resonates, cool, but still do your research, because don't just, yeah. And so I'm not, everybody got their own journey. So if you with it and you with the march and you feel like up, I hope it's gonna come to actually do something. Or even if like marching and all that stuff just get you started, like cool, do that, because maybe that's bringing awareness to people in your life that aren't aware of that either. So I've thought about all the positives of this too, even though I'm not with it. And so that's why I'm not like talking down on, the whole situation. It's just that if you don't learn your history, you're gonna allow history repeats itself. And if you don't learn it, how, and you want change, like have those things need to kind of coincide. And this, well, okay, well, this always has happened. So how are we gonna really abolish slavery? How are we really gonna do this? Okay, well, I don't know. I'm trying to use a good example. For one, it would be helpful for people that look like us to maybe stop kicking our children out. And I'm saying children because it also speaks to mentality and maturity levels. Stop kicking children out at 18.
Mm-hmm.
It would be helpful. Did you have it all together at 18? Maybe your life was a little bit different. It was hard, so you matured more, but you gave your child a better life, and you just expect them to like have the same mentality you and be out there and do it, but you didn't treat them the way that you got treated. And so maybe like don't kick them out, as soon as they graduate or as soon as they get a job. You're like, oh, you making money, you gotta pay rent now. I'm like, I'm 16. Like, why don't you teach me what I can do with my money other than paying bills? Like just anything like that. And I know a lot of youth even around here, like they're like, okay, well, I'm finally old enough to work and I want to help my parents, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
Mm-hmm.
so that's cool, that's dope.
Well, let me
And
give you
I
two
just
examples, Tazsjah. Let me give you two examples. So, Layla's mom, her parents were just like you said. She didn't have to, her brother and her, they didn't want her to move out. They wanted both of them to stay living at home until they made enough money that they could buy a house like cash outright. You know what I'm saying? And so, like I said, I'm divorced now. So she moved back home. And within, it was 2016, 2021, less than 5 years, she just had a house built from the ground up, right? Because home is a safe space. That's where you should be. Rob and Stephanie, their son will be 21 this year, and he still lives at home. Why would you want them out here in this? They're going to be safe. You're going to continue to teach the lessons. You want them to be productive, but there's lots of ways that you could be supportive. My dad would tell us, you can live here, but you're either going to go to school or you're going to go to work. You're going to be working on yourself, but you don't have to be out there if you don't want to be out there. And so that really is that sense of community and that villageship, that how it used to be, right? You might have 3 or 4 generations of folks living in the same house. You got great grandma, grandma, dad, and kids all living there, all supporting, and we've gotten away from that, right? And then we're kicking the kids out, and we're not really looking at ourselves for the reason on why we kicking the kids out in the first place. You the parent, so what you putting them out for? They like that because of you. I'm just saying.
yeah. That's it. I don't know. And a lot of that, I don't want to speak for, every black, mother, because I don't have kids, so it don't, I don't really, I never been in a position, I'm just thinking, you know, you, unfortunately, when a man is not in the house, then that 7-year-old child gets the "you're the man of this house now" thing. And like I feel like that's another that like adds a whole nother element sometimes. And
Mm-hmm.
like, I get the maybe sense that you want to give him the responsibility because he might be the only male now, so it might be like you might have a younger sibling like male or female, and you want them to start teaching the responsibility. But I think we do need that balance with that, and even like the way that we say that, because calling a 7 year old a man, like some of them might grow up being like, I'm a man, and they're gonna think like nobody can tell them nothing because like I've been a man taking care of stuff since I was 7, like no one can tell me anything. So I feel like there does need to be balance. It's like it's dope that like you were that age and you could be like a support for your family and stuff, but it's like were you still allowed to be a child? Like were you still
Mm-hmm.
allowed to, all of these type of things? And I feel like a lot of, we end up, like I was saying, like, we were conditioned when we were enslaved, and then we end up, those things get passed on, and we condition our children to be certain ways, or, all that type of stuff, not realizing a lot of time we're conditioning our children to, like, have unhealthy habits and healthy perspectives on whether it's relationships or a lot of that type of stuff. Because in the end, there's another thing when the man's not in the house and they're not around a lot, or even if they are and they're doing good, but there's some type of like disruption and dysfunction with the grown folks, like they might be speaking bad on them no matter how good the other parent is doing. And then that's like you don't know what they're taking to more. Like, are they taking more to the negativity and like believing and feeding into that, or are they like, what is really going on, or and so a lot of times you keep it, and so a lot of it really does fall on like it starts within the household and like the relationships and stuff. And I don't know, I have my mom to use as a great example because no matter what it was with her or my dad, she was like, well, do you guys want to talk to him? Like, I can, do all that type of stuff. And she did that. And it was just like, I might have said it's like we made the decision to kind of like back off because we were like, yeah, we see it's not the healthiest and we have a history. We were old enough to be like, okay, well, when my mom's not around, maybe it's not the best. So we'll just see what my mom, like, type of stuff. And so I'm very thankful that like I was protected from a lot of these things and situations, and I wasn't thankfully too affected in that way. I can see where I was for sure. There's that wow. There's things that even to this day I'm like, okay, yeah, I need to, you know, yeah. But so for me, I'm like, it does start in the household. You keep going back to like, what can we do? Start in the
Mm-hmm.
household, how we treat our children, how we speak to them, how we treat ourselves in front of them, how the relationships we're having in front of our children, whether it's with their father, with other family members, with other siblings, because there can be a lot of damage in that area as well. Um, yeah, and a lot of it is what we're saying to them, like when before they go out and we let them out to go into school, going to work, just being with their friends or whoever, and like we really made to make sure that their decision making and their logic is, you know, they're street smart in a sense, like because nowadays I feel like it's so easy for them to just get exposed to something, even this by like you might not have a TV in your house or you might limit like what they can see, but they go over to a friend's house and just see a commercial one time, like, and they just be
Mm-hmm.
like, what is this? And so and then they're like spiraling out of control and stuff, and they might not come to you about or ask you, and then like that can, so it's just like that's why I don't have kids. I'd be crazy. I would be like so I feel like it really starts from like the household and like what we allow, what we explain, and what we don't explain. Because sometimes we might not know how to speak to our child about something, or they might ask us, and we might panic and just say something, and like not really be sure to sweep it under the rug.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why for me, I'm like I feel like it really takes a village to like raise a child. It took a village to raise me. And it just I'm not just like this. I mean, I have a lot of people around me that really like poured into me, and so I don't. And it's unfortunate that every child does not have that, and so
Mm-hmm.
that's why us coming together and we see a child that we don't know or anything like that. And watch from afar to make sure they're good until you see them with somebody. If they're not with somebody, just even small things like that. Or you see someone in distress, sometimes I might see someone black getting pulled over, and I just be waiting for a second. I just like, so I was like, especially yes, I know you never know. And so it's small things like that. It's really the small things that count because you start doing those things every day and being a little more mindful. That can grow to being like this is an issue that I see a lot, that I like come across a lot. Maybe I can do something about this. Like, and so it's for the individual. It's just like it might just be end up being a personal mission for you, but you don't know how much you can actually like help. And like, and so that's why it's just like good to be mindful in like the situation that you come across, even if it's not directly affecting you. If you keep seeing something or like helping someone in a certain situation, as a common denominator, and like you just be like, okay, well, this is the issue, and yeah, or if you just come up with find a resource to help somebody, you can just be like an advocate, and it can just be something that's not even affecting your whole daily life. Especially like when people ask like, "Oh, well, I'm white. What can I do?" You know, it's like that's kind of like, you know, if you are connected or know people in organizations that's, you know, for us and by us, you know, it's not no sugar coated stuff, or they're not like handing out crumbs and all that. You know, that's, you know, in any way you can contribute. And you know, because honestly, I do get a lot of people, and like I don't know if anybody does happen to be watching this and like ever like hit me up and was just like, well, how can I help? Like, I apologize for possibly not even getting back to you or starting and saying I'm gonna get back to you on something. It's just things are a little bit crazy, and like when I put things out, hopefully I'll start having a little bit of like help soon. And in my head it's crazy to be like, man, maybe I need an assistant, but like there's just so much going on, and it's just like I want to be like, okay, well, I know this person actually can help with something, but it's just like I got all this stuff to get together before I just want to be like, okay, come help with this, because
Mm-hmm.
it's just you can go back and consult people and be like, maybe I have to contact somebody, and like it might take a little bit of time to like make that connection. So for me, it's just it's a lot sometimes, and you know, we already my organizations, every organization that I'm involved in has a lot going on right now, and almost in a sense, I feel like all of what I'm doing is starting to like some like collide and just like go in the same ball, which possibly could be a really great thing. Well, I'm gonna say there's potential for greatness with that situation happening.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's just it's like what can you do? And even if it's something small like showing up for an event, and I have to say I don't know if they wanted me to say uh who the person was, so it's texting me, so I won't. But
Okay.
um they did say like, did you want to, when it was there was a disconnect, and it said do you want to talk about what you're doing with PYA and up from slavery? And I know I talked about it on the last podcast, but if anyone is like didn't see it, or they do just want to know, what was it, Juneteenth, which is a whole nother topic. We're having the event at Evergreen. I'm not sure about if there's a specific name for it, but the 19th, they're having like vendors and people setting up, and there's like three different tables that I'm kind of involved in that I'll be there. So
So this is
honestly,
going to be at Evergreen. I don't know about this one.
yeah. Oh, is there another one going on around here?
I know
Because I'm
about the one that's on Thursday, um, in the parking lot of the old Kmart. That's being hosted by the NAACP and Island Hut, and it's on Thursday. I didn't know about the one on Evergreen, so tell folks about that real quick.
Oh yeah, Evergreen. I believe it's 11:30 to 2.
Mm-hmm.
I have to, yeah, if you go on let me see, where could they go? Well, I'm not gonna send you anywhere. Just I'm gonna send you next Saturday, Evergreen, 11 to 2. There's gonna be vendors and stuff. Up from slavery will have a table. PYA will have a table, and I believe my sister that I was speaking about with her book, she has a table, and I'll be having, you know, a little bit of my stuff on there. So you know, you want to, you know, support all that type of stuff. Yeah, and just learn more about, you know, what PY is currently doing. We're still doing weekly mentoring, and you know, now that we're allowed to have like in-person events, we've been doing a little bit of that. We can just look up on our Facebook and stuff, and you know, they keep it updated. And then Up from Slavery as well, their Facebook, and it's ufsi.org is their website, keeping it updated with the first Fridays and, you know, all the things that we're doing. Yeah, they'll have a table there, you know, we'll have a little bit of handouts, you know, and yeah, when it comes to what can you do, yeah, come and talk to us. Yeah, if you're looking for volunteer work, or you just feel like you got something to offer and you really want to work with us, or your group wants to connect with ours, we're PYN up from slavery. We're open to having some discussion, because we got a lot of stuff that we are doing. I just I want to present it correctly.
Right.
Um, so that's what I'll say. Just come through and speak to us. Meet the people that are out here putting in work. Come fill us out, and see. If you want to work with us at all. You might not be time yet. You might be like, okay, well, maybe you're getting your organization together, and we can still just speak and help each other in any way, even just from conversation, even if we're not gonna physically do and work towards anything right in this moment. You never know, like people like you and people like Joe O'Reilly, people that I've just known and been around for years. We're finally now just like communicating and doing things together. So you never know what a conversation might spark now or later. That's what I'm saying.
Those are
Yeah.
facts. And what I'll say, Tazsjah, I'm gonna say three things. So one, I'll get the information for you. And as you know, I'm doing my podcast every day because I'm doing my COVID check-in. So I will be pushing that out and provide more information to try to get the word out there for sure. So stay tuned for that, everyone. But I think one thing that's really important, and I know in a lot of conversations that I've had with fathers, is this, and parents in general, right? We have our children, and sometimes our children don't want to listen to us. So my oldest daughter, right? I've been an advisor, I've been a professor, I've done all these things, but she's trying to choose a college because it's got a football team or the colors, and I'm just like, like, I mean, like, let dad help you, but she can't hear it from me, right? She's got to hear it from someone else. And so oftentimes that's what the village, that's what the community is about. So she can hear it from another man or a woman in the community that she respects, to hear the same thing that I'm trying to tell her, but because your dad or because your mom, they can't hear it. So having that community is so important, because that's kind of how it plays out. And so I can't tell you how many folks have brought their kids to us because I can't do anything with them in this regard. Maybe you can. Maybe they'll listen to you. And sometimes they actually do take that advice, and it resonates with them. So that's a really powerful, tangible way on how that works. We don't really speak about it. It just kind of happens organically. But as soon as I say it, most people are like, yeah, I remember I was a kid. My dad couldn't tell me nothing, but, Uncle such and such, what he said was gospel. And it was like, I could hear it. And it's like, your dad's just sitting there shaking his head like I said the exact same thing, but you just can't hear it. So it is super powerful for that to be the case. And then, two, if you want to be a part of something, and again, as Tazsjah was saying, we're running our organizations, we're super busy, we have the best intention on getting out, come down and connect. A lot of times your presence is huge, right? You just being there, you might get there and it's like, hey, y'all need any help? Say, oh no, we got it, it's all good. Just hang out and just spend some time. Your presence, that support, one, it helps to propel and catapult us to continue to do the work at high levels. But two, we will finally slow down and say, okay, this is what you could do. Okay, all right, you got it, right? Because we're doing the work. So we want to do the outreach, but it's hard to do the outreach when you're in it, right? Your head's down and you're trying to get it done, but you want to reach out too. So come on in. It's not that folks are being standoffish and they don't want to work with you and whatnot, but that's kind of what it is, right? You're so focused on the kids or the people or the objective, you're not seeing that someone's coming in and saying, I want to help. So do that. It can be really helpful. And then the last thing I was going to say is Charles responded in the chat, and what he said was, well, it isn't just men. So I think that's in regards to our conversation with non-custody. I have full custody of my kids, and their mothers don't make an effort to be in their lives at all. I stopped contacting their mom first to see if they would make the effort themselves. And well, it's been a long time, so I don't even bother. And that is true, right? I mean, there's not going to be a panacea that resolves the entire issue. And it's unfortunate. And it really is on both sides. And I think in that regard, he's done what he could, right? He's tried to reach out to the mothers and tried to give them every opportunity. And unfortunately, they're missing out on their child's lives. But more than that, the child is missing out on their mother's lives, and that happens so often. So, it's not to, I want to be clear. When we speak, we're not saying all. We're not saying all. We're not saying all. These are generalizations, and there's always going to be exceptions to the rule or the reverse. And I actually know quite a few men that have full custody of their children, and it is a reverse situation, and the mothers aren't present in their kids' lives for whatever the reason is. But yeah, those are some big deals. You want to respond to Charles's comment on that, or anything else that I said there, Tazsjah?
Oh, okay. Um, so we were I think she sent yeah. Oh, we just got one of the flyers in a text message. If you wanna look, um,
You sent
yeah.
it to me in a
So
text.
yeah. Someone sent it to us in a group text. I just feel just like I don't. Maybe I should ask if I'm allowed to say her names.
Well, I'm not in that group
No.
text. Send it to me.
Oh well, it says that you're in the text.
Really? All right.
I'll still
Oh,
send
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. I'm in it. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna pop that up. Go ahead. Continue on. I'll get it popped up.
Okay. Yeah, I just had to text him like, it's okay to say your name. Um, yeah, no, like what you were saying, a lot of people like on the other side of the moms are not contacting the mothers, or there's a lot of children missing their mothers in their life, and that isn't something that's spoken about a lot. But like I said, it's unfortunate, like how the perception of mothers, like even sometimes if you're not in their life and the child's laughter, so like, okay, well maybe she's going through something, but the fathers don't ever get that like kind of supportive leeway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unfortunate, and I just in my head I always think back to the kid, like the child's missing out on their mother, but in a lot of situations, um okay, in a lot of situations, I know not everybody believe this on or like push what I believe, but a lot of times things happen for a reason with the timing and all of that. And maybe a parent might only be absent for a while, but it might be healthy for that parent to not be around sometimes. And like, that's more from personal experience. Nothing against my dad, because I love him. I'm just like him, So and I've gone through a lot. I've gone through a lot of same issues that I've seen my dad have, and I had to deal with it myself. So I understand. But that made me understand like it was good for him to not be around for some time, because he was going through some things, and it could have been detrimental to all of our health. And
Mm-hmm.
so I'm not saying that that's your situation at all. I believe you said the same with Charlotte. I'm not saying that's a situation. It could just be like that they just do not, and that's unfortunate. I actually know quite a few men that are dealing with this. And like moms just disappear, they pop in whatever they want, and unfortunately it affects you, and a lot of times it'll be affecting the children, because they'll see what's going on, and a lot of times the children will feel for you because they'll see you going through it. You never know how the child is taking it. But that's why I'm saying it takes a village, because that the fathers also need that support. Whether that's even just having like someone, not even to replace the mother, but community resources, other mentoring programs and things like that. I've talked to youth that are in that situation where, one of the parents is dead, and they're just like, what is happening? And like, they just don't contact us no more, and they're like, all that type of stuff. And so, even speaking to children, or I don't want to call them children, but youth that are going through that, um,
And I
in
think
this
that is a
situation.
misnomer, Tazsjah, that this is primarily women that don't have they're the custodial parents, and the fathers aren't there. There are countless stories of men who have full custody of their children, and they don't have that support from the mother. So, like you said, you've got lots of examples, and so do I, And so, our fathers that are doing a fantastic job, and I know a lot of great fathers here in this community that are doing the work and just do it great. And they're not really heralded. Father's Day is coming up, and somehow that has gotten switched to well, I'm the mother and I'm the mother and the father, and it's like, well, what about the father that see you smiling? See, I love when I make you smile and laugh like that.
That is wild to me. Like, so they want to hear Happy Father's Day. You just had Mother's Day. Like, chill out. Like, nah.
And that's not
Yeah,
a badge of honor to me. It's like, hey, I'm a single father and I'm doing it on my own. I'm a single mother, I'm doing it on my own. And that's all it is that's there. And it's like, no, there's too much data and studies that show, the harm and the benefit that comes from a two-parent household. So, but I did get that information. So let me go ahead and pop that up. This is the Juneteenth event. It is called, let me see if I can enlarge this a little bit here. This is there we go. It's a little bit bigger. This is Bremerton Juneteenth Monumental March and Freedom Festival. This is going to be Saturday on Juneteenth at 11:45 on the south side steps of the Norm Dix Government Center in Bremerton, Washington. And July 4th, Set Me Free. Juneteenth is my Independence Day, June 19. All right, 24/7, 365. So again, that will be this Saturday coming up, and it's going to start at 11:45. It sounds like there might be a march from the Norm Dix office down to Evergreen. Would that be correct, Tazsjah?
yeah. I know that there is gonna be people marching like to the event. So I didn't plan this event or coordinate it. So that's just what I heard. I just know about the setup and the tables. I'm not a part of the whole marching thing, but I know they'll be marching to that area where the event is.
Right. And just to add to this conversation as a side note, we can talk about it maybe after. Well, we won't talk about it on Juneteenth. I don't know if we'll do a show next Saturday or not. I don't know how your schedule is going to be. You're probably going to be too tired after this.
I think it ends in the middle of the day. I ain't take a nap like six.
But we didn't celebrate Juneteenth growing up, and I don't celebrate it now. Now I will push out and market and advertise for other groups that do. But again, we're not a monolith, right? You've got the NAACP and some other organizations doing it on. You've got Up From Slavery and CYA or PYA.
Yes.
PYA doing it on actual Juneteenth. And then you have myself that doesn't, I'm not saying that I don't acknowledge it, I just don't celebrate it, right? I just have my own viewpoints on that. But again, I support my brothers and sisters that do, which is why I push that information out there. And that's kind of a deeper conversation that I won't get into tonight, because that will go way down a rabbit hole on that. But I bring that up, and why I think that's important to state is we can all have different beliefs and ideas and still respect each other and support each other, right? I'm not saying I'm against this, but I'm definitely not for it. But that doesn't mean that I can't support my brothers and sisters that are doing it, right? So it's easy for me to say, well, you know what, man, I'm not with that. So I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to share the information out. I'm not going to do that. For the one that's on next Thursday, I've already put that in podcasts like 3 times already, right? With the flyers. And I will do the same with this one. And those are the actions that we can take to change our situations and create communities, and then change the societies that are around us to what we want them to be. And I think that's really what is necessary. And I think what's also tremendously important is, and shout out to Kitsap Strong. And I can't remember the gentleman's name with the bow tie, but he wears the bow tie every day. I only wear mine on Tuesday. So it was like, oh man, someone else that wears a bow tie, that's awesome. But we were going through a training. And so for me, I'm a very macro thinker. I want to impact as many people as possible. And oftentimes we're measured by, how well we are, right? How many points can you score? How many rebounds do you have? How many touchdowns can you score? How many platinum records do you have, right? It's the most, it's the most, it's the most. And in this work, it's actually just the opposite is what I took from the lesson. And it is the quality of the service that you provide to an individual. So someone can serve 10,000 people and that's great. I might serve 10 people, but I serve them at a in a way that's more comprehensive, that really moves the needle for whatever our mission and vision is, self-sufficiency, right? And so it really has a profound impact on them, and we have those anecdotal stories and the data to support that. And so that's what I took from that. So what I want to share out to you guys is you're looking at Up From Slavery and PYA and organizations that have been around for a long time. New Days is celebrating their 7-year anniversary. Today was Free Cake. If you drove through, we were 3.5 years old. And you don't have to go and start a nonprofit and be this huge entity. The individual work that you do makes an impact on other people's lives, and they may never tell you, you may never see it, but it really does. And it goes back to the thing of, as a parent, I might not resonate with my child, but you may, right? And so you may save that child's life. When we were growing up, people on the block could my principal used to whip me with a paddle that had holes in it, and it would whistle when she swung it. Old black lady, you know what I'm saying? But it was one of my dad's mentors, and it was all good. So I was protected at the school, and if I acted up, she was gonna get that hiney, and that's exactly what she did. But I had much respect for Mrs. Franklin, rest in peace. But that's how it used to be, and that was the support that we needed. So if there was a single parent household, because my dad never married, he adopted 17 of us, we had that support that was there, right? It really had that village. When he started adopting girls, well, he couldn't do girls' hair. He had to go out and get, some of his friends and church members that could do their hair, and teach him the things that he didn't know, because, well, there wasn't a woman in the house. He never married. And so I think those things are all really tremendously important. But again, June 19th, that will be down at the steps of the Norm Dix Government Center. And if you meet down there at 11:45, there's going to be booths down at Evergreen. Is there going to be food down there too?
I think they said something like, if there's like one thing that's approved to be serving food, but if there's any other food, it got to be packaged up. So yeah, that's all I know. And that I'm glad you just asked me, because just to let everybody know, this is not PYA or From Slavery's event. We just got a table there. We are not involved in any way in the planning of this. We just showing up. We're not marching. And actually, I won't speak for everyone in those organizations, because I'm in the same boat as you with Juneteenth. I ain't with it. But
what? Oh, we definitely going to have to talk about that.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, you don't want to talk about it? But yeah, but I'm just like you, like, I'll promote it. I'm even going to show up there and, be, talking with people, because it's just, I'm seeing it just as another opportunity to just, promote my organization and get things involved and, get something moving if someone needs to get moving. Maybe that's just a start day. So yeah, but all that Juneteenth, I'm not into celebrating lives and all that type of stuff. So yeah, it just...
See, that's super powerful. So you have two examples here of people that are like, look, I don't necessarily, agree with, what's being celebrated, right? But I can still support the organizations that are around that are doing the right thing. Even so much so, y'all have a table there. So, that's a big deal, and that's how change actually looks. And it kind of goes back to my example of, hey, you've got an issue with your brother or sister that has a business. How could you see yourself frequenting that business to support it, to try to keep those black dollars circulating in the community longer, and to build us up, right? Because we can end up hiring your son or your daughter or a friend or a family member. We may repair the relationship, right? I mean, there's all kinds of different things that can happen, but with you spending those dollars in the black community, there are so many more benefits than you just giving your money away to the albatross that is McDonald's or Burger King or whatever else, right? Using restaurants as an example, right? I mean, how does that help your community or yourself. It really doesn't. So, trying to get past those things really is that first step into growth and healing, right? And like I said, why hold and bear that cross? I was saying in a podcast a few months ago, I said, people will see all these huge bags of burdens laying out in front of them, and they look and they say, "Ooh, yeah, that bag looks heavy. Let me go ahead and take that one. Oh man, I think I could take another burden. Let me go ahead and grab that. Oh wait, give me that one too." And it's like, why are you holding on to all this burden? Let that go. And it's like, you don't need to be a martyr. It's not positive for you. You're not getting anything from it. Let those burdens go. You don't need to hold on to those things. And when you're able to drop those things off and you feel those shoulders drop and you're like, man, what was I even holding on to that for? What were we even arguing about? What were we um I tell a quick story. I was in a meeting with a bunch of local black men, right? And we were so pumped up about this news that we were sharing. And then the conversation had went on to Jay-Z and Beyonce. And I think the conversation was who had more money. So these brothers started basically arguing about who had more money, Jay-Z or Beyonce. And I'm standing back like, who cares? Why are we're celebrating this good thing right now, and y'all are going down this rabbit hole? Like, what? So it's like, put the bags down, guys. And I mean, it did get serious or nothing like that, but it was a thing where you could see all the whole energy shifted because it was that need to be right, and it's so detrimental. And when we engage like that, sometimes we engage so far that by the time we look up, we've done damage. So it's just like, be self-conscious of what's going on. What's your thoughts about that? I just smiled when I'm just watching it in real time, like, y'all really arguing about two people's bags that ain't even thinking about y'all like that. It's like, this is crazy.
Yeah, and then quite possibly you probably adding to it, Yeah. I don't
Oh man.
I don't know. That saying about what other people eat don't make me um defecate. I was trying to be appropriate. Yeah, so that's how I feel about those situations, whether I know the people or not. Because if it's not affecting me, like, why is it being discussed? I had too much going on up in here. I can't be adding all that extra irrelevant type stuff. Like, yeah, I think haven't I gone to see her in concert? Yeah, I'll put some money in your pocket before. I paid some tickets to see her before. So I'm just like, but that's as far as it went. I enjoyed myself. We had our little exchange, money is energy, and then I like concerts. We had our exchange. That's it. That's as far as me caring about her pockets goes. That's cool. Like, but yeah, all the other stuff, that's discussing other people's finances and things, like, don't you have your own to be concerned about? Like, yeah, then that's with really anybody else's business, finances or not. Like, you don't have enough going on in your life. Like, why are you so concerned about what every other body? That's why you're gonna go nowhere in life. You're concerned about everybody else. So you look up and you're still in the same place, like you said. It's just, what is it doing for you? What is, like, people that might be curious about, like, what is that information gonna do for you? Like, I don't understand. Like, you're gonna go nowhere in life now that you know what I did last week. Like, it's not helpful for you. And so it's like, if we're not discussing things that are helpful for us, it's harmful. Like, we're being stagnant or we're going backwards. Like,
Mhm.
and that's our problem right there. Like, pay attention to what you're talking about, what you're discussing, who you're discussing it with. Because sometimes, even if we are being positive and we're on the, doing our thing, we might be discussing things that we shouldn't with people that are negative, and they're gonna, create some type of issue. So you also have to be careful about who you're discussing, even, positive things with. So a lot of
Mm.
people will just, crap on what you got going on, or being like, hey, even though we're talking about, how black people are doing, like, they might be like, nah, you know how black people are, you ain't gonna do that.
Yeah.
Like, all that stuff, me either, It's just like, yeah, and it's a lot of that. And so,
It is.
I
And you know what? It's not just us, Tazsjah. Brother Daryl Dominic, he put a Facebook post out on June 6th, and I actually put it because I want to ask you this question. I'm gonna read something to you. But what he wrote in this post, that he said, because he had just put out a new album and a video, so support brother Daryl Dominic. If you see that, the video looks really good. But he said, I've never understood the psychology behind why people are quick to contribute to build another's kingdom that is already strong and thriving, rather than contributing to build their family or friend's kingdom who is trying to get it off the ground. Right. I definitely resonate with that. Right. And I think there's enough to spread around to multiple. So you can keep supporting those that are established. But if you see someone that's an up and comer, wrap your arms around that and support that. He said many people claim to be quote unquote woke and against wealth inequality, but still put money in the pockets of people and businesses who are already well off instead of shopping and using the services of the hardworking people they know. Just something I've been trying to wrap my head around. Being an entrepreneur isn't for the faint of heart. And those are absolute facts. And so I wrote a grant and turned it in last night and actually did a podcast on it. And I put his quote in there because I think that gets kind of to the crux of what we were talking about this evening, right? You're supporting the McDonald's, you're supporting the Gucci's, but when it comes to trying to support, we tell folks, especially black men, pull yourself up from your bootstraps, make yourself something, and then when they try, the support isn't there. So your thoughts on his quote?
Do you see any black enslaved men with boots on their feet in any of those pictures who put themselves up by what bootstraps? Like, what do you? We were in the field barefoot. Like, come on now. Unless you was a house Negro, you didn't have no shoes on. Like, what are you talking about? So that whole analogy sometimes that there's me when I hear it, it just makes me want to like go off. But, like,
Trigger alert.
Yeah, that's. I'm sorry. I should not show you. It's not to make myself laugh. Nah, I had. All right, maybe repeat your question. I do not want to get off topic right now.
You done lost it now. It's over. I done got triggered. All I'm seeing is bootstraps and I'm ready to go in. I'm done.
No, oh my goodness. Wow, I really did lose it. I'm sorry.
So I was saying, I've never understood the psychology behind people were quick to contribute to another person's kingdom that's already strong and thriving versus he's an up and comer. And what I was saying was, we tell our black men to, make something of yourself in spite of all of your past and everything that you're fighting. And then when they try, we don't support. So what are your thoughts on that?
How you gonna tell us to do stuff in spite of our past when people are still treating us like with spite? Like, I don't when our treatment hasn't been changed. It's either gotten worse or stayed the same with our black men. So how, like, if someone's saying that to a black man, that they don't understand what it really is, and that's the problem. You're not the person to be telling people what to do if that's all you're saying to them because you don't know anything. That's an ignorant thing to say to a black man. Pull yourself. Like, no, you obviously don't know the plight of a black man. You don't know what it is. Like, if you're a black man and that to another black man, you need to check yourself and be like, that's not the way you need to come at your counterpart, your brother. No, nothing like that, because like you're not being helpful. And now you might be creating a strain because you're like, okay, well, the successful black male, like, you go talk to them and they're like this, and they just tell you the same thing that the white man tell you. So it's just like, but that black person might think that they're white now, and so that's also a thing. Or they might, even if they're not that, they're like, oh, I'm one of the elite blacks, and that's a book, The Original Black Elite. If you're on Audible, you want to look that up. That's a good book to listen and read. But yeah, it, yeah, we're very detrimental to our own people and to ourselves, and that's why it's like you see something like we pretty much have discussed this already. Like, you're gonna keep pouring into what's already existing and what's already there because you're cool with that, you're comfortable with that. But then if people learn anything, like all the stuff you're cool and comfortable with can be taken away and shut down at any second. So why not, contribute to something that maybe they're doing something different that, when stuff shuts down, they might not shut down because maybe there's some better, innovative, and and it's smaller, but you're working from the ground up. And especially if you get involved with it and you see it's something real and it's people you can work with, you can suggest things if it gets to that point and be like, you know what, I see what you guys are doing. Have you ever thought of this? And like that's how you start working with people. But we also have to be open to hearing what our people got to say when we are doing something. You know.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, let me read this to you because I think I'd love to get your feedback on this and to kind of set this up for you. CREF, do you know what CREF is? The Oh, I'm so sorry, CREF. I can't remember your acronym right now. It is. Let me see if I can look it up and see here. But CREF is a local organization, right, nonprofit that is being supported by the United Way and Kitsap uh, Foundation, and they have a new grant out, and and it's a local grant for nonprofits here, right? And they are giving out $100,000, and they're giving out like basically $10,000 grants, basically, right? And so this is the Kitsap Racial Equity and Empowerment Fund, CREEF. So I'm horrible with acronyms. It's hard for me to remember them.
You said
And
I thought I knew what you were talking about, but I didn't want
so, thank you, Christina. She typed it in the chat there, and so I labored over
to.
this. I labored applying for this grant um, the entire time, and so went back and forth between I'm not going to apply for it, I am going to apply for it. I told some other individuals about it, and then they extended the deadline. And so I actually wrote the grant two different ways. And so this is not the way to get a grant. So I'm not expecting to receive grant money from Cree for this. And they actually gave us $1,000 grant last year. So we're appreciative of that. And the reason why I decided to do this was the people that review the grant are our current power brokers that are here in the community. And you see these people, they sit on multiple committees, multiple boards, and I have a very disconnect with everyone just kind of defaulting to the liberal party, the Democratic Party, and saying, well, Trump is the overt racist, and we've got to get him out of office at all costs, right? And then we kind of default to the lesser of two evils default when Biden has been in office, or serving in the public sphere for as long as I've been alive, right? And has done to me far more damage to the black community and black men in particular than Trump has ever done, and to that end, well, I mean, for everyone that flipped to the Trump side to elect him in the first place, the damage really, electing three, justices, all the federal court justices, that it's done now. I mean, the biggest piece of damage, lifetime appointments, that's baked in the goods. So to say that, oh, well, Biden is going to be this and that, and he's going to do all these things, and then come to find out he hasn't done anything for Black America. For us, it's a high tide rises all boats, and then it becomes a classism argument, while every other demographic has gotten some kind of tangible where we still get the symbolic piece. And so to share this with you, this is the grant that I actually turned in yesterday. And I'm just going to go over two questions that I answered. And one was this one here. Share how your work helps to end systemic racism through culturally relevant programs, services, and other activities. And this was my response. No such work exists to end systemic racism. I find this question offensive. All we can do is help to ease living in a systemic racist society, especially for those in the so-called BIPOC community who do their best to earn their meritorious manumissions. For those of you that don't know what meritorious manumissions is, meritorious manumissions was a thing that was in place that if you saved a slave master's life, you could earn your freedom. If you created an invention that made it easier for the slave master, you could get your freedom. Or if you told on a slave revolt or a rebellion or escaping, you can earn your freedom that way. And so we have folks that still are getting their meritorious manumissions from the dominant society. All right, let me get back to where I was. So, for the so called BIPOC community who do their best to earn their meritorious manumissions through their thoughts and their actions, BIPOC, and again, BIPOC is Black, Indigenous, and people of color, gatekeepers will guard and protect the same systems they claim to be dismantling. White power brokers inquire about new Black people to their purview and are told by those who they deem as good or model minorities, and if and how much they should engage with that person or entity. The Black member will often cut down another one, especially if they are not part of the group or they don't share the systemic racist viewpoints. This is easily identified through singing, and singing is an acronym of shaming, insulting, the need to be right, or guilting the person uh, of the outgroup. Black heterosexual males are chief recipients of this experience. This is true both locally and nationally. Here in Kitsap County, a vacuum has been created by the passing of Bishop Robinson. You can also look at any committee and see the lack of heterosexual Black males either at the table or a dominant voice. Furthermore, all of the issues listed below, and we'll get to those, do not seem to correlate or trigger calls to action to rectify the problem. All of that said, we especially strive to serve those who have not been cleared by the BIPOC gatekeepers or merely either exist as tokenized seat fillers in meetings or whose bodies are used as a leverage for power and resources to other groups' agendas. BLM is a prime example. In the wake of overwhelmingly majority of Black men murdered by police, the last year has seen only tangible benefits for the LGBTQ plus community, Black women, $50 million for AAPI community, etc. We intend to hold accountable those who feign support for Black males through conversations, evidence, workshops, and trainings. For example, if systemic racism exists, why do so many Blacks speak against and collaborate with other whites and IPOCs even when those individuals or groups have damaged us? How is it incarceration, media demonization, lack of resources and opportunity is somehow blamed on the very Black men who are oppressed by the system? No longer can we allow those to claim injustice while simultaneously participating in the oppression. The days of throwing rocks and hiding your hands is coming to an end. Our podcast requires intellectual honesty. To that end, I'm speaking in general terms, not all. While that should go without saying, hit dogs holler. So, what's your thoughts on that first? My first response there.
Well, the wording, the wording of things, I think it was funny that you said that there's no work, that can be done because, like, yeah, in a sense, I definitely agree, and that's only because of like literally like oppression. Like they're only gonna give us so much and allow us to do so much. Because even when like I'm not talking about like you know the the groups that are created like Creef, like you know and a lot of the people that have supported PYA and things, they're not like they're just like we just love the work that you do, so that's why. But when you get to other people, they're just like, okay, yeah, it's gonna look good if we give you guys this money, and just like almost like the war on drugs. It's like, yeah, we're gonna put into this, make it look like there's actually a war on drugs and all this type of stuff, and really it's something else. And like, yeah, there's a lot of that. So it, I don't know, the system was built for it to be this way, so there would be no reason why the system would be like, okay, yeah, let's start, dismantling the system by giving them money and no restriction on what they can do with it, because then they might actually start coming together and they'll be like, oh, we can actually do something, and they're giving us money for it, because then they really that would be reparations, and that's they're not okay with that. So if they were actually doing anything that really thought was going to like help turn anything around to break the system or dismantle the system or where they wouldn't do that. Y'all's vice president told you guys, I would not do nothing for black people specifically to just benefit them. They told you that. Like, so why I don't understand why people are just like, oh, well, they're not doing nothing for black. They told you they wasn't going to. So like, you guys hear everything. You guys heard everything Trump said that you didn't like, but they say something directly like, no, we're not helping you guys, and you still elect them. Like, that's your fault. And now you got egg on your face. Like, that's what you get. And and not even to like just be all the way like that, but I mean, I hope it's a learning lesson for people, and maybe maybe they can do a little bit more historical research or a little bit more into like all this stuff and who you're voting for and like their ties and all of that type of stuff. People are just like way too emotional about the situation and only hearing and getting upset about whatever the media wants to get upset about and focus on. So that's all they be doing. So yeah, that's all I
And
was
no
like.
one talks to our group like that, right? I mean, no one will say to the Jewish community or the LGBTIQ community, well, you're not Jewish if you don't vote for Democrats, right? I mean, like Biden said to Charlemagne the God, right? I mean, we are so talked down to, and we'll talk to you, Ice Cube. He had his own agenda, which had a lot of good things in it, and you know. Uh, Trump's people met with them, and Biden was like, "Well, meet with me after I win," right? And no other group works that way. And the argument is, well, your ancestors died so that you can have the right to vote, and it's like, no, that's not why they died. And then a non-vote is still a vote, right? And I kind of believe, and if you're going to dismantle the system, then you got to tear it down, right? So if you believe that Trump was that bad and he was just taking America in a bad way, the one thing that I can say that it was doing was folks were waking up, right? So, however, I think BLM parts of it were created. Um, I can't even say that. BLM, the word, the phrase, what it means is great. The organization I don't agree with. But what you did have is you had people that were marching of all groups in support of Black lives, right? And that's why I didn't want everything to open back up and the sports to begin again, because people were actually paying attention to it and acknowledging it. People were starting to feel what other people have been feeling forever, right? It wasn't just, hey, things are closed. I don't have access to resources. I can't pay my rent. I can't, they were starting to feel all those things that we've been feeling, and it was starting to wake us back up. Well, now I'm hearing stories about, oh, this person has COVID fatigue and these people have COVID fatigue, right? Because they don't want to deal with it anymore. Well, we don't get to have black fatigue, and we don't have to deal with it anymore. We got to continue to deal with it. And then in their fatigue, right, they've got black social justice fatigue. So we don't want to deal with that now. Let's go ahead and save the dogs and save the animals and save this and save that. And then we get pushed back down to the bottom. So that's my issue on that. And what I was saying in my podcast yesterday is I'm not ignorant to the fact that you got to play the game the way the game is set. And these folks play chess, so you can't come in with a checkerboard and say, "Hey, I'm going to play checkers." It's not going to work that way. You're not going to be able to sit down at the table. At the same time, my problem is that people get and they sit at the table, and then they're no longer full-throated about the oppression that we're under and what we need to change. And then it's kind of go along to get along, and we look up and it's like it's been 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, civil rights movement, and we're still right where we were before, right? And worse in many ways, right? The black family is separated, our wealth has decreased, just everything. So that's where I stand on that. And I know it's like to the detriment overall to G2, in the sense of, could we use 10 grand? Sure, we could use 10 grand. But I think what's more important is actually being a voice that is counter to the narrative that's going on, because I think it's false. Thoughts?
Yeah, well, you keep asking about solutions. Easy solution to that, and that's nothing against for me if they're like, okay, well, we're not gonna give you the grant money because this was your answer. I mean, that is just what it is. because they might be looking for some more. I don't know. I'm not on the board. I can't
Mm-hmm.
speak for or against what's going on, but I can say solution based. Okay, so you don't get the 10 Gs, but all the groups that do end up getting that might agree with what you're saying. So then, okay, well, hey, we support you. Like, the connection right there. Like, it's really just that simple. You know.
And Tazsjah, here's the thing. I was guilty of meritorious manumissions, right? I've got to play the game. I have a ninth grade education. I got a GED 2 days after I turned 16. I went to construction school to learn to become a brick mason. When I fell off the scaffold and destroyed my back, and then, I got jumped by some black gangster disciples, they almost killed me. I ended up having to go back home, right, and reinvent myself. And so what I was told was college education is the one thing they can't take from you, and they can't take it unless if you don't use it, right? No tool is useful if you don't use the tool. But so I did all that. I amassed all the loans, right? And it is a misnomer and a falsehood to believe that just because you're black, you're going to get grants and scholarships and you're not going to have student loan debt. Because I've got a healthy size, nice luxury car payment that's due every month to pay my student loans back. But to exist in a space, right? I'm 6'1", 300 pounds, right? So I've got to be very disarming, right? I cannot, scare these folks and be intimidating to these folks. So if I show any emotion outside of smiling, right, I might even be able to be sad. But if I show anger, if I raise my voice, then I'm an immediate, present danger, right, and a threat. So you can't do that. And so I was guilty of that. So I tried to, what I told myself is, look, my presence in the space, which you were talking about in the first podcast, is, our black kids need to see, even black young adults need to see, black professors in colleges, black teachers. They need to see us in these prominent positions. And so that was important. While I'm there, I'm going to try to teach the lessons, both direct and indirect, right? One, the fact that I'm here. Two, by trying to, teach relevant content to you. I've got to teach what is in the textbook and how it's set up, but I can create my syllabi and bring in some other tools and resources. I hate just using the textbook, or change my examples that are relevant so that they trigger, instead of, hey, two trains are traveling at this speed, then I can make it more relevant and talk about the NFL or bring in record sales or something like that will pique someone's interest when we're solving a math problem, right? And kind of do those things and try to pull us forward in that way without, being Angela Davis and having my fist in the air and saying this is wrong and this is wrong and this is wrong, because they're going to cut me down right at the at the knees, and they'll never let me ascend to that position in the first place. I think now I'm at a point in my life where I've started my own thing. And as I said, I don't get a lot of support here in the community, financially. And so most of it comes from outside the community, or it's my own personal financial investment into G2. And so that is very freeing for me to speak my mind. So I could be more full throated and kind of release the shackles, if you will, of that, the metaphoric slavery of my mind and the mental, and say, hey, I can speak out more, not to be adversarial, but to be to have the diversity of thought that many of us think and talk about in some back rooms, but never get talked about in the larger committees. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And one thing I do want to say, because I want to speak to the positive in every situation, and even your response to that, and how I say, they might not like what you said, so they might be like, nah, forget that. But also on the flip side, you might spark something within even just one or two people in that organization. Like, I didn't even think about it. I never thought about it that way. Like, maybe this question is offensive, because a lot of times people, I don't know who's on the board, but they might not think certain things are offensive, whether it's the wording or whatever it might be. And that could be like a learning thing for you. You might be the person to like spark something in them to be like, okay, maybe we need to word this different, or maybe can we work this a different way, and be like, okay, well, what, like you've been asking solutions. Maybe they're going to come to you like, okay, so what do you think would be a better way to go about this? What's a solution? So, even in that aspect, I don't want to put, things on any group or anything or whatever, but you never know what could what could spark. That's why it's good to just be yourself and, not too much hold back if you feel like it might be something helpful, and just even responding in that way. You never know. Yeah. And two, I did want to um kind of go back to kind of the wording of things. And you said the acronym, the BIPOC,
Oh, the BIPOC, yeah.
all these acronyms I cannot keep up. But yeah, I was rewatching some videos earlier of this person named Dane Calloway. If you look him up on YouTube, I do learn a lot from him. And he also has his website, I'm just here to make you think.com. Um, he does a lot of research on historical things in America, but he breaks things down with the wording, and like I mentioned earlier, black and white, those are statuses. And you know, I've heard this information from multiple sources, but I like the way he breaks things down and explain things and go into depth and all of that. Um, and he speaks about how the slave ships and all of that type of stuff, and how history was told by people that are going to say whatever. So um yeah, he was speaking on black as a status, and I like to speak on that because people always say black and indigenous, but then if you go back and do enough research, black is the status of the ones that were indigenous now. So like it's just like it's almost weird when I hear that, because I'm like, okay, I get what people are doing and what they're trying to do, create a group and all that type of stuff, and like I get the intentions are good. um it's just that, and I we can create these things and do that, and it can create some positive change, but at some point I feel like people really need to like go a little bit further back before they start creating these things and doing things, or even just
All right, so we're still going. I don't know what happened to Miss Tazsjah's feed there. She just disappeared all of a sudden. So we'll wait. Oh, here she comes. She's coming back. Well, I don't know what happened to you. You just went dark all of a sudden. Everything is going well. It was like, okay.
you
But
want
go
to say
ahead,
something, I
continue.
should say.
Like, oh, she's being too real now. We got to cut that off. Cut the mic. Go ahead, continue.
um while all these things are positive steps forward, and that's why I can even say I will still call myself black and use that word, because I know that that's what people resonate with, and that's how I can get my point across. Um but black, keep continuing to call ourselves that, we're going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. And people that are in charge and all the type of stuff, people with the other statuses, that are more in control of resource and things like that. Um, they know that wordplay is really a lot of part what got them here, and like how they wrote things in and all the amendments, and how that 13th document, uh, um, 13th Amendment thing on Netflix, how people were just like, oh, okay, well, they were starting to learn like some of the language in the Constitution, how it was a little messed up.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go back, I don't know if you ever heard of a $5 Indian, but
Yes.
yeah, and so that whole situation, like people are, oh, I got Indian in my family, and it's like that's why your family has this land and stuff. Like your family weren't Indians, like on a doubt, they just came and checked the box that they were, so they could get this land, even though they just came straight from Europe, like all this type of stuff. So yeah, and so when people remember using this language and calling ourselves black, we got to realize that is something that we were called, but we are originally called, like, even Indians, like the root word like indigo, that was blue black. Like they, when people were first named Indians, they were like blue black. Like those are the people that they originally start calling Indians because of the actual definition of the word. And then when they came up here and all that. I won't go into like too much detail because I really would like people to like look this up for themselves.
Well,
Um,
hold on, because I would like you to elaborate on that. But let me just say really quick. One, in response to this grant response, this isn't condemnation on the organization or the people in it. It really is, because the thing is that someone's got to do the work, and they have stepped up to do the work. So I think that's important. It's just, when you have an echo chamber and you have the same voices at every table, right? You just get groupthink, right? And so you need those contrarians and those that have some other thought processes and patterns to come and be a voice to say, hey, it's all well and good and well intentioned, but you really need to consider this. And everybody doesn't feel like this. Just because I'm black, I shouldn't be voting for Biden, and I shouldn't be a Democrat. And I think that's really important. But please go into the, you know, we got to get away from calling ourselves black, because I think this is fascinating.
yeah, yeah, and I do want to say yeah, because that's nothing to the organization because just to say there's people I don't want to put nobody on blast, but like I'm thankful that people hit me up and like, okay, well, how we went about it this way? Like, is there anything we could do different? And that's why I said that because the people that are running these organizations are the people that actually really care, and they're just like, we don't know what to do, so this is we formed this group and we're gonna help this way. And that's why I think it's dope. And or I know a lot of organizations that applied for the grant, and so it like if they're granted that money it will be going towards something good. It's not like we're not about to take this 10 and like dismantle everything, but it's helping continue what we're actually working for, long in the long run. But back to all of that. Another person that I can speak to of Dane Calloway isn't, someone you want to sit and listen to and read about, but Dr. Claude Anderson, he speaks about this as well. And Dr. Boyce Watkins. They actually have a lot of videos and interviews together and stuff where they're speaking on these things. It's everybody be on YouTube. You can, you know, look it up. Um, but they just talk about how we write things for Black people and try to get things into law, but nothing happens, and that's because it's a status. We Black people were written in to be like we 3/5 human, like all that type of stuff. So when we keep using Black and keep using those enslaved and all that, they're referring to that status and who you were, not who you actually are, where you might have really possibly came from. Because when you start researching like slave ships and that whole thing that happened, it's I don't even mean to laugh, but it's just like when I think about it, and it's just like a lot of people that are Black, they're like, oh, I have Indian in my family and all that type of stuff. It's just like what a lot of them are referring to is a lot of elder, you know, Black people, because I'm going to use that, see, because you'll just see how crazy this sounds. Um, a lot of Black people be like, I don't know anything about, Africa because my family were Cherokee, we Blackfoot and stuff like that. And that relates to more, and I'm bringing that up because, I said we're indigenous, and, they do a lot of, wordplay because there's Aborigine, there's Aboriginal, two different things. The Aboriginal was the people that came over, and the Aborigine were people that were already here. And Malcolm X actually speaks on that, and gives you the definition of all of it. I believe I took a screenshot, but so I feel like I'm kind of like bouncing all over the place. But let me see. It says,
No, you're
yeah,
all good.
Aborigine. Yeah, and it's because ab comes from, and origine comes from the beginning. So from the beginning, we're the Aborigines, and then they took that and they're like, oh, we're the Aboriginals because we can't we're about to take over stuff. And I'm not saying that was like their specific reason and stuff. There's other things, but they got that, and then they're like, oh, okay, well, we're gonna start calling you guys, Black, or we're gonna start calling you guys these things, and we're taking it on as identity, but it's really just status. But we were ignorant to that, and like all the other things that they were doing, like writing treaties with the Indians, Native Americans, which also that's us. Um, And I get a lot of people right now, they're like, oh, well, I'm from my ancestors, Africa, all this type of stuff. Yeah, that's like literally the beginning. But at the same time, there was still like, there was a spread, we spread out. And this land that we're on right now, we were here for like a while before everything else happened. And that's why we do look different from, people that's just like that stayed in Africa, like all that type of stuff. Like, and so our point is that they came over and they did all this stuff, gave us different names, and we took on whatever identity that they said. But we're people of like, we're proud and strong, and like we're actually very intuitive and all of those things. But we're directing all of that in like not the right fashion, because we started taking on other identities, but with that same passion. And so when people start learning other things and unlearning things, it's hard to detach from it. And that's why a lot of people I see, it's probably going to take a while before they stop calling themselves black, because I still do it even though I have that knowledge, because I just realize it's easier for me to speak to people that way instead of having this exact conversation with people every time. Like, what is black to you? Like, what do you mean by that when you call yourself black? I can't do that with everybody.
Right.
But yeah, I feel like I'm not getting all the way to the depth of my point. Sorry. But yeah, continuing to call ourselves that and then try to get law put into that, like they're looking at you like, oh, they don't even realize they're not black. I'm like, and so they're asking really for nothing. They're asking some for a non-existent group of people. Because if black people have no say, they're not humans to us, and you're trying to say Black Lives Matter, all this type of stuff, and we just don't care because you're not even realizing we're basing all this off of terminology, and we're using all these background tricks and things to do that in loops, and you're going to let you keep being ignorant and do all that stuff. And like, we might even give you guys a couple million, like we're really, because a couple million to them is nothing. So, but we're thinking like, oh, we're making change and doing all this type of stuff. Yeah, until like we kind of move away from that, and then because once we move away from the external things that are actually really blockages, we can like come into like how we're really supposed to be. And then we'd be like, oh, okay, now we see where we're going wrong, but now we see it as a collective, and we're not identifying with things that we are not. And that's not to disconnect us from Africa at all, because there were people brought from all over from Africa as well. But the first slave ship, to my knowledge, had like 26 odd slaves on it. And a lot of people are probably like, what do you mean on those big boats, and all that type of stuff. If you think about the history of that group of people and like their um just even health wise and how they live and all that type of stuff, do you think that they were going over there loading up hundreds of thousands of slaves, keeping them alive during that whole trip, keeping themselves alive during that whole trip, and making it, and just they just flooded this whole America with a bunch of people from Africa? Like, they had to do some type of integration. Like, and there was had to be enough people here already for them to do that. So of course, African blood and all these other type of things, they brought people here because it was really human trafficking. So it's just like, yeah, we have that blood in us. A lot of us do, but a lot of us were already here. I mean, you trace it back, yeah, we're gonna, still have like DNA and stuff saying that we're from Africa because we are all connected still. But the disconnect is that we were already here, and then we got called black and mixed with other groups and stuff, and all of the, when they were talking about like the natives and all that, they're like, yo, if you don't enslave these Negroes over here, we're gonna kill you. And so, and on top of that, give us some of your resources. We're gonna sign these treaties with you, not knowing that this the natives, Native Americans, which was us still. They're just like trying to do self-preservation. They didn't know that they were how they were, and they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna sign these treaties, and it's a compromise or whatever, but we're gonna go along with it because we're trying to preserve ourselves, not knowing that they're gonna do the same thing to us, not do it, and, change stuff and not, follow through. And a lot of the people that like own these casinos and stuff, they're not like the original. Like it really has been taken over by a lot of other entities and things like that, but it's still made to look that way, even though they're not really the ones in control, even though they own it. And so, yeah, it's a lot, and this is just me scratching the surface on it. Um,
I love it.
but I do think just doing a little bit more personal history, because I myself need to do more, just, learn about myself and my own family and things like that, because I feel like that's going to help me, even more, doing the things that I need to do personally and, for my family line. But, you know, yeah, a lot of people just aren't even interested, or they're just stuck on, like, whatever it is their parents told them or whatever they learned in school, and they're just like, yeah, that is it, and don't try to tell me nothing different and disrupt the way I'm living my life and how I think, because no, I see you over you sound crazy right now, you think I want to. Yeah, it's just stuff like that. So yeah, and that's why I have these conversations with people, but I don't necessarily have like the thought that I'm gonna be out here changing people's lives just because we had this type of conversation. But like Pac said, he's like, I might not be the one to, change your mind. I'm gonna spark it, because, I don't know who's listening or who might, whatever. Because for me, these are like normal conversations that I would have with people just in my everyday life, which is like 5 people.
Right.
But so I have these conversations with people, but I would like for other people to, if it's helpful for them to look into these things, if they've ever been curious or have wondered, or never before until like maybe they heard something. But I only say that because I feel like it's been life changing for me and other people that I've seen, like, start studying things and getting to know themselves, and like, yeah, changing their lives and the other people around them. Like you said, even if we're just changing 10 people's lives, like, and it's just, yeah. So you really never know what, like, the knowledge that you gain for yourself can really do, and like how that can expand. And my brother, my brother is locked up right now. He's honestly, between him and my dad, honestly, they once, or when I was younger, put me onto a lot of stuff, but I'm just now looking into it,
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes, like, I mean, example too, I didn't get with it right when, I sat and I listened, and I was like, because I was always personally curious about things. But yeah, and a lot of stuff to this day, I'm like, I need to get to that, I was thinking about just personally things that I would like to study, whether it's, about spirituality or whatever. My brother was always talking about like chakras and stuff, and I was like,
Mm-hmm.
"What do you?" Yeah, and then when you said about your daughter choosing the colors, it started making me think about chakras, and I was like, okay, well, maybe those colors are connecting to her from like a certain way, and I was like, maybe that's something she want. Yeah, so my head starts going like all the way over here, doing like the simplest thing, like, yeah. So I don't know, just
No, I think that's powerful. Like you said, it's planting the seed. So, yeah, definitely a shout out. I'm gonna pull this up. I love Dr. Claude Anderson. Definitely, probably like my top 10 of leaders in our community for sure. Folks definitely need to listen and get his book. So I'm gonna just pull this up. So Powernomics, powerful book. There's a library pack here with free videos. He is on a lot with Dr. Boyce Watkins, another person that I do listen to his stuff. I would say not as much. I like his business commentary, not so much of his personal commentary, but the business side is I'm a little bit more with. He's not red pill enough for me. Uh, but his marriage was beautiful. That was on YouTube. They broadcasted that live, so that was good to see that. So and the one thing that I want to say about Boyce Watkins too, and I'm gonna see if Layla is amenable to doing it. So as you know, I do the Layla and Daddy podcast, and the reason why you haven't seen any of the podcasts is because well, kids can you know they can fatigue, right? Of doing things. So it sounds like it's all fun in the beginning, and then you start seeing the work that's involved. And she wants to be a kid, and she's up, and it's getting nicer, so she wants to go out. And so it's like, oh well, Daddy. I mean, I want to, but I want to play Roblox, or I want to go outside, or I want to do this. So it's like, all right, whatever you want to do, sweetie, that's what we'll do. So I'm not going to make her do something because then she's not going to like it. But one of the things that I introduced her to 2 weeks ago was stocks. And so I have the Robinhood app. And so she loves Roblox. She just loves Roblox. You know what that is?
I'm not all the way sure.
So it's this little crazy game that you can play on your phone or on the computer. The graphics aren't even good. It's just, I don't know, something that kids love, kind of like Minecraft, right? So
And
she
she
loves this thing. Oh my gosh. And it's creative for her. She gets to build things and whatnot, and she's very creative in her mind. You give her some tape and some construction paper, and she's off to the races, right? So I'm gonna encourage that. But with the Roblox, you need Robux, which means you need to go to the Google Play Store and put 5 on it. Yeah, well, she wants 100 on it. So she's hooked on this thing. And so it's important to teach her financial literacy. And so, I've got the Robinhood app, and it's like, okay, sweetie, so we could put $100 or $10 on Roblox, or you can actually buy Roblox, and own it. And it's like, oh, what? I can own it. What does that mean? So, we own Disney, we own Netflix. And so we just bought some stocks out of the things that she loves and she likes. And then I'm teaching her how stocks work. And I bring that up because Dr. Boyce Watkins has these really good courses that are centered around kids, right? So Black Millionaires of Tomorrow, 3-in-1 package. And this was going to be her birthday present last year, but it's going to be her birthday present this October. So, sweetie, if you're listening to this, I just spoiled your birthday present. But it's a way for kids to understand about investments in stocks, and it's important. So again, I hear a lot of parents complain, well, they should teach financial literacy and stocks in school, and they should do this and that. Well, you know what? They're not. And it's incumbent upon us for us to do that. And there is no too young for that. So if they can learn all the words to, unfortunately, Cardi B, and not my daughter, or if she does, I ain't never heard it, because that I'd have a problem with that. But if you got the dance moves and you got the lyrics, I hear. So I'm sorry, I'm down the rabbit hole. The thing that frustrates me the most is when I hear kids on the playground, 6 to 15, rapping every single lyric like they wrote the lyrics, and then they're at church and they're reading the bulletin. uh I want to give honor to God. I can barely read. I'm so nervous and I don't understand. I'm like, wait a minute. You just were reciting this rap like you wrote it. Now you up here and you can barely talk and read like that. That just drives me crazy.
Well,
That burns me.
you can you can rap some songs and get the lyrics wrong, but you quote a scripture wrong, someone might throw a Bible at you. There's a little bit of fear on the other side. Otherwise, on the song, you're like, man, those aren't the words, and then you can be like, yeah, it's a remix. But on the other side, you might get you
Oh
know
man.
like, all right, baby, just keep going. That's not always the response.
Oh
A
man,
lot of that is
Tazsjah, that burns me up, boy, because I see them. They're out there, no one's watching, and they're just rapping and doing the thing. They got the mannerisms, they got all the dance moves down, and now it's time for you to read one paragraph, and now it's like English is your third language. Like, what is going on up here? You're all nervous and this and that. Like, you were all confident and bold when it was Tupac. Like, what happened? You know?
yeah,
So yeah, I'm sorry, I had to go down that rabbit hole. That just drives me crazy. But
that
Dr.
is
Boyce Watkins
good.
and Dr. Claude Anderson are two powerful men that have a lot of good information, and it's based around economic power, Black economic power. And truly, power is not given, power is taken. And so that's critical. But let me jump into the second part of this question, because we've been going for a while. So I do want to honor your time. So the you know how it is.
I stopped drinking coffee at like 7.
It's already we already been going over 3 hours. I mean, that clearly that's just how it's gonna be with me and you. So
I had to break these up, even though people were watching. I was just like, you sat there for like 3 hours and listened to me. Like that's what's up. Like, thank you for the support.
yeah, no, it's awesome. And they will get broken up into smaller pieces, but it's good. Sometimes you just got to get the content out. And then, I encourage you, if you see something that says 3 hours, 3.5 hours, don't be like, oh man, I ain't got 3 hours. Just watch it in doses, put on 10 minutes, come back, watch another 10 minutes and get through it, right? If
YouTube
it's worth it. but we have to acknowledge what we value and then actually invest in it. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, I'll sit down and watch a whole movie or a sports game or do something else. But then it's like, well, this is too long, you know? And it's like, all right, well, we got technology. We can pause and stop and rewind. Do that. Listen to it on 1.5 speed. You know, just do what you got to do to get through it. But we will break it down. But the second part of the question was the priority for this fund is for Black led organizations and groups, followed by those led by other communities of color. Please describe how your leadership falls under this priority. If it does not, please explain how your group is accountable to communities of color, in particular the Black community. So this is another one that's really frustrating to me is when there is something for us, right? BIPOC, the B is listed first for Black, but then to me it gets flipped on its head and then the B is on the bottom and everybody else gets the stuff, right? So we already know, you know, where we fall in so many different categories and how we've been harmed and have never been made whole. So then it's like, okay, well, there's a reason why there's not a lot of Black led businesses aside from us not supporting them, right? Um, and so then it's like, oh, well, there's no Black businesses. So we'll give it to someone in the IPOC community or a white organization that's doing stuff for Black people. And it's like, well, if you continue to do that, we're never going to be strong. You know what I'm saying? So you got to change how you do things. So this was my response. The executive director is Black, and 6 of 8 of our board members are Black. However, as stated above, this is meaningless for 2 reasons. One, many who are the current power and decision makers continue efforts in the spirit of the oppressor. The B and BIPOC, which typically has democratic political views, compromise by doing things the same way and going along to get along. Symbolic gestures, half measures, coalition building in lieu of Black building does not dismantle systemic racism. Here's a Facebook post, one of our Black local entrepreneurs, and that was the statement from Daryl Dominic. I actually included that into my grant. 2, the communitas believe in a high tide rises all boat and Reagan trickle down economics, right? So the high tide rises all boats, that's kind of Obama's thing, right? While it's great, other white and IPOC organizations that help the Black community, they have disproportionately received more resources and support. The saying, the white man's ice water is colder, is not hyperbole. We don't support each other and our businesses. I don't think I need to cite how long the Black dollar stays in its community as a result. And then I state some websites and some facts, right? And this is literally my grant response. 1 in 3 Black men are convicted of felonies. Look at the sentencingproject.org. Only 10% of 8th grade Black boys in the U.S. are proficient in reading. This is even worse in some of our urban areas like Chicago and some other places. And Black men made a median annual salary of $42,120, which is only 73% of white men earned $57,000. And I give some stats like that too. Areas like Chicago and Detroit, that number is even lower. And so if you made $42,000, typically you're going to hold back about 20% of your taxes for your taxes, Social Security, unemployment, all that stuff. So if you multiply 40,000 by 0.8, they're really taking home 32,000, right? Even if we said it was 36,000 and you divide that by 12, that's $3,000 a month. Well, when your rent on average is about $1,400 a month, folks can't live. They can't save. They can't do much of anything. Now you add child support on top of that or other issues, student loans, because you actually did try to go to school. And you can see how most people are living in a system that they can't escape from. And the ones that do are the exception and not the rule. It is often stated people need to speak, live their truth, and they are their own subject matter experts. However, we are constantly justifying our efforts and sadly our existence. And then they ask, where's the money going to go? And so what I put on there, and this is whether I get the money or not, I put the Black male political agenda and I listed those things. And we're talking about family court reform as one of our topics tonight. So this is me saying, hey, this is why I want the money. Oh, and I also would like 30 grand, not 10 grand. But That's me saying, this is the work that I believe needs to be done. And it's not contingent upon whether you give me the money or not. This is what's going to happen. But you also need to understand a perspective that I don't believe that I'm hearing or seeing in the community or in these spaces. So can you respond to my second answer to that question there?
Um, I mean, really, the only thing to respond is kind of what I said before. Like some things may need to be said, and this you might just be the person who needs to say these things because most people's responses probably are just the complete opposite, but they're not like, okay, well, this is how I even feel about the question you're asking me right now. And then I'm gonna give you the response. So I like that type of stuff, but maybe that's just me. Um, yeah, it's just I feel like those responses were needed more than anything, just because, like I said, it can always open other avenues, and then maybe other people that they're like, okay, so these are the type of people that are applying for grants. Maybe let's put some more money into it because we're seeing how it's going. But I just, I kind of, that's just the way that my mind works, seeing like the possibilities, and I also like to speak on it because you just never know.
Mhm.
Um, but no, and then also stating facts, because a lot of the things that we think are like common sense and that just a lot of people know, people do not know. And like, that's why you provided links and like doing all that type of stuff is extremely helpful. Um, because a lot of people, they're not, they might just think that there's one issue, and that is actually just the only issue when it's like really.
Uh-oh, we lost her again. See, when it gets serious and you get to going in, all of a sudden they got to find a way to drop you out. So we'll let her come back in here. You see how they do you, Tazsjah? It's like right on time. Like my hands are off the wheel. And actually, right now we've got a good stream. We haven't been having problems for a while. So I don't think you touched your computer and it literally just went away. It's like, oh, she's telling truth bombs. We got to cut it off.
Yeah,
But continue.
I need to do some brain exercises to help me remember what I was talking about when I get distracted. Um,
And poof, it was gone.
yeah, this time let me stop before I forget. No, but I do think like kind of I'd be feeling like I'm like a broken record, repeating myself with things. But no, I mean I don't have much more of a response than that because I view your response in a positive light, and the only negative I could even take from it is that how you say we're expecting fully to not get it. We're just like I mean I'm one of those people that's like kind of working on being more careful about my words and all that type of stuff.
Hmm.
And so you know, but that, like I said, like that's your perspective on how you want to present yourself. So I feel like it's going to reach who it needs to reach, and it's going to touch who it needs to touch, and then things are going to work out for you the way that they're supposed to, because someone's going to like what you're saying and someone's going to like what you're doing. Like, and even if it's not, right now, someone might be like, you know what, I know what I can do for this person, and I'm gonna come back to them. So that's why I keep saying the same thing. Like, it's just I feel like that's almost like constructive criticism in a sense, but at the same time, you have good intentions, and in a sense that's like spreading knowledge, because you're maybe they don't know these things, like I said. um but yeah, I can't imagine someone being like completely against what you're saying, like, unless obviously they,
Well,
yeah,
there's emotions, and people take it personal. And
yeah,
any kind of criticism can be taken as and you don't see all the work I'm doing and I've done this and that, how dare you, and it's really not meant to be that way, because my honest belief is folks are inherently good, and speaking with our black folks that want to do the work, right, they have their own organ because they're built of community leaders, right? So they're there hopefully for the right reason, right? And their body of work, most of them, because I know a lot of them that are on there, that is true. But I think, sometimes it can get lost in the sauce. And again, because you are forced to play chess according to the rules of the dominant society, you can get lost into navigating the chessboard in that way, when it's like, no, we need to come in and be disruptors, right? And the thought may be, this is being disruptive, and it can do some good, but we are literally taking millimeters in regards to steps, when we should be at miles at this point. And so, no, we'll never catch up, but we need to start compounding our efforts, as far as our return on investment.
Yeah. And man, when you were saying, I was thinking about that, I was like, there's actually a lot of wells in Bremerton, and even just like the surrounding like areas like Port Orchard. And I don't know if it's just because some people would rather just not be involved because there's certain things they might not agree with, or if they support a certain situation, the other people that might be like, oh, you support them, like how people are like, oh, trying to not show that they just are supporters of Trump because they don't want to cause any issues, kind of like that. And I think it's funny. But I was like, that's not funny. People are really like beefing and like falling out with their families and stuff over this. It's not funny, but I'm just like, I mean, they're enjoying you guys doing this. Like, this is a trickle down of what they wanted to, create more division, and you guys are just going right along with it.
Yeah, you're so distracted. The transfer of wealth is getting larger and larger and larger, right? The land grab by Bill Gates, buying up all this farmland, is like, yeah, go ahead, y'all, keep on fighting. Watch the basketball game. Do you?
Yeah, Bill Gates is gonna kill everybody. No, let me not say that. I say I'm trying to be careful about my words. I mean,
let me go ahead and read the statement, Tazsjah. The views stated by this individual may not be the views that are agreed upon by.
let me not. They don't go. Who's he? Who's this person on this podcast? We're cutting him off every time. I just, yeah. It's just all of this is already like pre-planned, and so when we just keep going along with it, that's the issue. Like, you guys, when I say you guys, I mean like just people, like in general, not even just black people. People are just going along with it because there's people that are against the system and they don't like it, and they're really for us and they're really with us, but it's the norm. We've been conditioned for like years and years, conditioned through things that are supposed to be normal in our society. And whether that's the food that we eat, the health care that we get, the education we get, like, it's all conditioned. There's someone behind that has intentions that might not be all that great. And that's another thing. I was screenshotting stuff earlier when I was watching some of these videos, because even when it comes to the word education, like if you do the history of that word, it's like education, child rearing, or the training of animals. And then dang, maybe that was the only one. That's the only one I took of that. But pretty much like the educating people, and the whole school system and all of that, and how people are now just like, well, we've been learning the same thing for all these years, and a lot of it was lies and all this, and now people are just now starting to create like an uproar about it. And it's like, when schools first came around, they were teaching like religion and things like that to to disconnect us even more. And so they yeah, and that was a lot of what the schooling was. And when it came to young black men, they were like being taught trades and certain things, because there's another one that I should have took.
Trades are awesome.
Yeah, and there was something they were saying, if you train up a child and to be a servant and like serve a certain thing, like they're gonna get older and like whatever you instill in them, they're just gonna want to be even greater servant. And so
Hmm.
that's like, oh, okay, so you treat the slave with a little bit of kindness, and then you're like, oh yeah, this is a good way to be, all this type of stuff. You look forward to this, and then they looking at those little black boys like, you're gonna be a great slave. You get, oh, we gonna breed you and everything, like. And so that's really what a lot of it was. And then, yeah, I don't know, just being educated in America as a black person. um yeah, it's it's very detrimental to us moving forward, if we just continue to just keep teaching our children the same things, and then on top of that be like, no, it's okay, just go with it, because we just have to do it. Like, we need to quit saying that, like, we don't have to go with anything. Like, what do you, like, yeah, it yeah,
Well,
I don't
and
know.
that.
It's an ongoing conversation that I could just talk about like forever and ever, about what they've done, starting with slavery and just our children, and like all the things that we're so hurt from today, that we need to heal from, things that are made normal, that they used to castrate us as well, and now they got people wanting to do it to themselves. And I don't even mean that in like a messed up way, because I know
Hmm.
a lot of people in certain situations, and where that is coming from. But I'm speaking specifically for our people.
Hmm.
Like, there was children watching their parents, getting hung and like all types of stuff, and chopped up, and all that. And so for me, in my head, now that we're seeing all this stuff on social media, and people being attracted to certain things, and just being like, things are okay, like, nah, because this used to be like terrifying to us back in the day, when they just did it to us on a daily basis, like, oh, it's nighttime, time to go kill some of these, and so, yeah. And nothing has changed. Now we just got it on our phone and be like, oh, someone else got shot or hung today, all this, another shooting, all this. And we're we our ancestors and stuff, like, we always had to deal with that. So for the ones of us that seem like a little desensitized and stuff, it's just like, it's because we've been through this before, and like a lot of us are just tired. And we just realize, we know that this is just history repeating ourselves. And the disconnect, it's kind of difficult for a lot of us to be like, I don't even want to talk about this, because it's exhausting, and this is my life, and I live this every day. So there's more personal healing that needs to be happening before we even really can do things. Um, but in the meantime, if you feel like you can, or you want to get involved or start learning something, that's like the best thing that you could possibly do, and just healing from whatever you think might even be holding you back from like any bad habits you want to break, or you know yeah, it's
Well,
just.
and I think that's why, to kind of circle back, right? That's why, two parent households are so important. Co-parenting is so important. Shout out to Piano Covers that says nice podcast. But it is so important for men to be present in the lives of children. And you can be the best mother, but you cannot be a father, right? And that is so needed. And the warrior class has been all but destroyed. And to your point, we could watch someone like George Floyd be murdered in broad daylight, and people just sit there and cry and yell and say how bad it is, and maybe they pull out their phone, but that's the extent. They're not going to put themselves in danger or lose what they've got, right? To stand up to that injustice. It's one of the things that I always thought was really weird, how you have and not necessarily just the inner city, but gangs, folks in the inner city, and they will terrorize their community, right? They will indiscriminately kill mothers and kids and everything else, but then they're running from the police. Like, what? You scared? But I thought you was, you know what I'm saying? So, it's so easy to punch down and to victimize people that can't fight back. But then when it comes to these police, you running scared. It's like, I don't know how that makes sense. You're so hard. That doesn't seem hard to me, right? And then, folks that they're even more crazy now. But again, I think there is a direct correlation to fathers not being present in their kids' lives. And so to come back to it, it sounds radical, but if you were to pay men to be there and not penalize them financially, and there can be some incentives that are behind that. Like you said, the healing is important. We know from all the things that we've spoke about, it's getting back to healing, right? Self-care, mental health, self-awareness, addressing the traumas, working through and processing those traumas. So if that's the case, then incentivize that to get them to start working with. And again, I would encourage black counselors, because they understand what it is that you're going through, right? They understand the traumas because they also experience those traumas, well, at least some of them. But I think that's important, and so you can incentivize that, conflict resolution, communication, and you start working on those things. And then what you would see, I believe, is kind of a shift in a space where men can hold frame, be masculine, present themselves in the lives of their children, and begin to start changing that, right? So as we ascend to committees and boards and positions of office, then those thoughts and mentalities have to go with us to start shaping our community, right? But we can start doing that in the pockets of the community that we have. It really just starts with you, the individual, and then slowly rippling out and just pulling more people in and pushing it out. And that it's important to do this because while you and I both individually watch, Dr. Claude Anderson and Dr. Boyce Watkins, right? If we don't come and tell the story to the people that are around us locally, they'll never have that information. So the 10,000 strong from Dr. Tazsjah Johnson, wow, three powerful black men, right? All PhDs that we just quoted here, that are pushing out all of these things that will do nothing but strengthen and empower the black community, the men, the women, and the children, and the generations to come, and to really go a long way into healing. We have to have these conversations and push it out. They have to know that it's not just these folks out here. It can be this person that you just saw in Walmart or Safeway that also feels and thinks this way, and we can have these conversations. I think it's so tremendously important, and that's our responsibility. And that doesn't take much. I don't know if you're on a computer or a cell phone, but literally it's on the link and we're having a conversation about it. And now we are exposing so many people to that. Hey, research this people. We put like 4 people in the link, right? You're talking about the history of why people are called black, and there's just so many different things that we've touched on: how to heal, why we need to heal, why this is the issue, how we address the symptom and not the cause, right? All these things that people need to hear. And like you said, yeah, I kind of feel like I'm repeating myself, but we have to repeat ourselves because we are competing against social media. We're competing against the conditioning. We're competing against all of these the bad teachings and the socialization that we have. It's autopilot, right? At this point, they can just take they wouldn't have to continue to oppress us. Many of us will just oppress ourselves, right? That's why it's important to acknowledge what they've done and in what ways they're still doing it, but what we have to do and take accountability for what we're doing to ourselves and then move past it, right? And that's a hard conversation that a lot of people don't want to have, right? And it's like, well, you did this to me, so this is why I'm like that. Okay, you are like that, but you don't have to stay that way. And what are you going to do to change it?
Yeah, that's a mic drop moment. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, oppressing ourselves. We're already doing a lot of that because just on our own. Um,
In
yeah,
a
and
sense, we
that's
have no agency and power, and we're tremendously powerful. Look at everything that's been done to us, and we're still here. We're still here.
Yeah, and that's why when you see people getting beat down in public and all that, they're like, "Oh, well, they were slaves before. They got beat and stuff. They kept going." Like that's why a lot of people are sensitized to it. Like for them, they're like, "Oh, you pretty much have to kill one of them for them to stop." And they was just doing that for fun.
Hmm.
And so it's just like, and then it's on top of like they're not gonna do nothing about it either. What are they gonna do? Get mad and we'll burn down their whole everything they got. So yeah, there's always that, and all of that is a lot of psychological just stuff that we've just been traumatized by, and so we're like, well, even when we study history, it was so bad that it's like if history repeats itself, we're gonna build and get burnt down.
Hmm.
But that's also you get to you do some self reflection and some real research in history and find a better way to build on even what they did, go about a different way. Because maybe there's a little bit of disconnect that they had, a little piece of information or one little resource that they didn't have that, could have prevented, all of that. But, and it obviously it's not ever that simple, but um yeah, just finding a better way. We are very resilient, and we will figure out a way how to figure out something, fix something, and we just need to learn how to do that on a larger scale together with something that's gonna really help us. But we just haven't gotten to that point yet, and really it can start with a small group, and we don't need 10,000 people. We had 100 people in Bremerton just like solid that was just like in the work day in day out. That would be really good for us, and I'm sure we could actually do that by the end of this year. So I'm just like, it's really, yeah, it's very possible. And just having like different resources for all the things we're talking about with transportation and homelessness and the black dollar staying in and all of those things, we could start something. Just like we have enough, there are potential organizations and businesses that are already could be just like ready to open, by the end of summer. We just have to literally get it together and just find a couple more resources, the right people to invest. It's not that easy, but it is that easy,
Hmm.
you know. And we have people that don't look like us that support us as well. So I mean, yeah, there's people, white, Asian, all that type of stuff that really they really got that heart, to really just help, and so that's why I stay open to things, and you see me working with people, and I'm like, Tazsjah, how you talking all this black stuff, but you're working with them and all that. But I
Oh,
remember.
let me be crystal clear, Tasia. Two people that helped me to create G2 are white. When I said 6 of 8 of our board members are black, the other two are white, and that's Rob and Stephanie Dent. And they are tremendously close to me, right? And as far as, if I'm saying, and it's not just creating an organization to do the work, but these are folks that they take care of me, they check on me, they care about me, they're concerned about my well-being, right? Like I said, they got vaccinated, they're not feeling well, they know I needed some things from Costco, they're at Costco, and then they're dropping it off to me. They're constantly looking out for me. So you know slavery doesn't end if there's not good white folks that help to abolish it, right? So you have to. I don't get so caught up when people say, my I got a black friend. You know what I mean? I think sometimes we jump on people too hard and we can't, understand the intent behind someone saying that, right? So it's like, yeah, no, I've got white friends, I've got Chinese friends, I got Korean friends, I got Filipino friends, I've got, you know what I'm saying? And uh it is what it is, but I don't wouldn't take that if someone said that, like, oh, I got a black friend, you know, as that's being insulting. And if we are gonna have change, it is gonna take, a collaboration of both of us in and out of our group. Piano cover says both of you have very good chemistry. You're both genuine. It comes through clearly. Nice to hear a podcast with honesty and logic for once. Thank you, Piano Covers. What do you want to say to that, Tasia? Because I responded to the last comment there.
Oh, well, thank you. Like, he said for once you listen to a lot of podcasts and you're like, whoa, like what is this about? No, I do appreciate any feedback really because honestly, a lot of the times when I don't have like Snapchat and all that stuff anymore, but when I did, every once in a while, most of the time I'll be saying something silly, but every once in a while I would put some up where I just some just was just on my spirit to say. And I don't be expecting any type of response when I post things. So, but sometimes people be like, "Thank you, I really need to hear that today" and stuff like that. I was just like, oh, okay, like that's cool. And then when I kind of got all the way off of social media for a while, people were hitting me like, "Are you okay? Like, what is wrong?" Like, I sometimes I would just go to your page because I need to laugh or something like that, or I was like, okay, I was just on here. I'll be on my phone a couple minutes, posting something, get off, and continue on my day, like not even thinking about it. And I was just like, am I actually like really helping people and like who are actually listening and reading what yeah, it's because to me I'm just like this in my everyday life, not even really thinking about it. But yeah, that's why when I hear things like that, it does help with my self awareness and being like, people are actually listening. You better be careful what you're saying. Make sure it's helpful. Don't just be saying stupid stuff all the time because you think it's funny, you know.
Mm.
And so I have to check myself a lot because sometimes I just go a little bit, off the rail. And like I said, really, my who I talk to on a daily basis is like
But
maybe five.
Tasia, you're a human being at the same time, right? Like, I play video games. I like Marvel. I like DC. I like being silly with my daughter, and I don't care who watches me being goofy and silly. That's for me and her. Um, and I think that's important for us to have a full range of emotion and to be a whole person. Shout out to Shay Lynn. She talks about that a lot. And so I think they do need to see all those aspects to us, because a lot of times I think folks will, and I've heard people say, well, Mr. Cameron, you're this, that, and the other, as if I've got it all figured out and my situation is perfect. It's like, no, I'm a flawed individual. I'm a flawed man. I'm not perfect, nowhere close. And there are things that I enjoy and I like that most people would say, what are you? That doesn't even make any sense. How could you be this and be that at the same time? So we're complex, and you have to be okay with um, being all of those things. So at some point I'll do little podcasts where I'm talking and you'll see, I'm playing a video game in the background, But at one point in my life, I wanted to be a video game programmer. I worked for Nintendo. So, that's something that resonates with me, and my friends are into that stuff. So why do I have to feel bad about liking that? And does that diminish, what I'm saying or what I believe in? No. And I think some people can get oh, what's the word I'm looking for? They feel like they're not enough, so who would listen to me? Um, what I'm saying isn't really valuable because of this, that, and the other. And another person told me at the college, shout out to Cheryl Nunez. She said she came in and spoke to one of my classes, and they were talking about speaking up about what you believe in and this and that, and people were nervous because they wouldn't be able to articulate to the level, use the terminology and everything else. And she was like, don't worry about using, I'm paraphrasing, the 10-gallon words. Just speak your speak from the heart and just say what you have to say. It doesn't matter if the words themselves are simple. The meaning is what has the power. So just get it out. Don't worry about that. Right? You don't have to be a great orator like Barack Obama. Just talk, and that's really it. So I think that's really important for people to understand in here.
Yeah, and that's something I had to learn slowly because me even just talking out loud or being at a speaking event, I'm the one with the mic. Like in my head, I never pictured anything like that. But like I said, thanks to Pastor Johnson, he started putting a mic in my hand, and then I just never quit talking since. So and starting to see people's like responses, like what was that? I didn't want to say the name wrong. Piano covers. like hearing things like that, even over the years, whether it's people I didn't know or, people I was close with, if they came back and like, hey, you really helped me with that, or, thank you for this conversation, or random strangers sometimes, there's been people that with the social media that I do have, I've had for like years and years. And so people that I don't even know they're strangers, like I didn't watch them have kids, get married and stuff. I don't know them in real life. We just always, and even sometimes it'll be those people that will hit me up and be like, "Oh, thank you for posting that," or like we even like talking and stuff like that. So I can see, where I've been helpful. It's just that, and I think that's one of my own personal struggles, like getting over being so closed off and not being I'm kind of antisocial because, and it's not even anything against other people because I do enjoy talking to other people and being around them, but I just like being alone more than anything else. And if I want to talk to somebody, I have people to talk to. I talk to myself. I have great conversations with myself. So I'm just like, that's how a lot of my ideas that I have. People are like, where'd you think of that? Or I spent like 3 days alone in my house, and so I'm just sitting there thinking and writing stuff. Like I don't know. And so in my head, I'm a very like in my head internal type person. So when I hear these things or people saying like I said or did something to help them, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I like try to make a mental note if I ever, it's like, okay, if someone else has a problem, I know that I've helped somebody before, that type of stuff. So, and when it came to me speaking, there is this one, I guess I haven't really done too much public speaking in a while. But the one thing that like I remember my brother saying, he's like, were you about to cry or something? Because my voice will get super shaky when I'm speaking sometimes. And I can't even explain what's going on when I'm talking, but I almost feel like I'm not even the one talking sometimes.
Mm.
And so it's just I'll just start speaking, and then the only thing I will notice is that my voice is getting shaky. And like I just have like all those type of personal things that are going through my mind, and then that's how I'm like, wait, did I say what I meant to say? And like all that type of stuff. But then like a lot of guidance that I've had, whether it's, my brother or, Pastor Johnson or whoever it was that was around me, they're like, no, you said what you needed to say and it came out, it's gonna touch you. And he said like I always had like that support reassurance. So I was like, man, are you sure? So I'm like, I started writing this now. And like, cause I distract myself with my own voice and things like that. So I'm like, so I have to like get outside of myself because a lot of people things that you notice about yourself, other people would never even think about or never even notice. So that's always another lesson to be aware of that the way you are, someone else might be that way and they need to see that, you know. Yeah, so
Yeah, we're always so hypercritical of ourselves and how we come off, with other people. I know when I first started having to public speak, when I was at OC, my hair used to burn like it would itch and it felt like it was on fire. And you're standing there and you're trying to speak and like I said, I know about the voice cracking and everything else. And just one day the hair stopped doing it and it was all good. It's just kind of weird. Um, I don't know, but now you can't get me to shut up. So it is what it is. It's like, oh hey, I'm gonna just be on here for 10 minutes, and it's like 2 hours later. It's like, oh yeah, I could keep going too if you want. It's not a problem. But yeah, no, I think it's really good. I want to tell folks about next Friday. I don't know, you probably haven't had a chance to see the Africana display for the Kitsap Museum um, that I interviewed Roosevelt Smith. So
no.
if you get a chance to watch that, that was fantastic. So he's got an exhibit at the Kitsap Museum, and so I went up there on location and interviewed him and kind of videographed, all the stuff that's on well, almost all the stuff that's on the display, and he's got such history and stories, and it is oh man, it's fantastic. So I did that interview, and then he's going to come on, and then I'm going to interview him this Friday coming up, which will be the 18th of June. And I'm just typing that in the chat here, June 18 at 1 p.m. So if you have questions for Roosevelt Smith, please send them in because he is one of our historians here in Kitsap County. And not only does he know a lot about Black history, which is also American history, but he knows about Kitsap Black history, which is really cool. So a veteran and his grandson wants to follow in his steps. So just a really cool story. I'm so looking forward to that. But like I said, please tune in. You can send me information either through Facebook, YouTube, or however else you know how to get a hold of me with any questions that you want me to ask, Mr. Smith. And of course, you're free to ask those questions when I interview him because it's going to be great. Piano cover says both of you have very good chemistry. You're both genuine, and it shows. It comes in clearly. Oh, I think I read that already. Very first. Okay, so I think it just came through on a different post, or it posted twice but at different times. So yeah, we definitely appreciate that. We appreciate you spending the last 4 hours with us. It's been 4 hours, so I'll wrap it up. But so is it our intention to do a show next week, even though it is Juneteenth, next Saturday night?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that. I should be done with all my work stuff by like 5 or 6. So I
All
should
right.
be getting
So
ready. Um,
then what do you think about maybe talking about why we don't agree with Juneteenth? And then we'll continue a little bit. It's going to take us a while to get through the black male agenda, so it's not something that I want to rush. Maybe what we do is we take one subject at a time. So we're talking about family court reform. So we'll just touch on like child custody, and then the next time we'll do mandatory paternity testing at birth. Um, that way we can kind of give its full kind of conversation, right? So we're just not glossing over it, because I think one, it's not talked about at all, and then two, the times that it is talked about, we kind of get through it as fast as possible, and it's like on to the next because we're a microwave society. So what do you think about that?
yeah, that paternity testing. Also, there's sometimes when topics come, all these situations in my head, I start remembering. I'm like, man, people are really crazy. Like, we really need help. Yeah, because that's a reoccurring issue. It's not even something to laugh at because that's something it affects a man's mental health. Like, you think you're a child, or you think you're this child's parent, and then all of a sudden yeah, yeah. And then on top of that, sometimes our different situations where they paid even though they weren't, and they felt. Anyway, yeah. So to me, that's a lot. Yeah, but yeah, I'm good for doing that. I do want to say we spoke a lot about financial literacy, and I know Dr. Boyce Watkins has his that you're going to be joining with your daughter. I do have to plug it. Up from Slavery is also doing financial literacy classes during the summer, starting next month. I'll have you can get more information or sign up. Just contact us. Um, yeah, and we're starting with the youth, so you know,
Do you have details on that? Because I'm all for that. Please elaborate.
yeah. If I would say it's probably best to go to the website because I don't have the exact language like right in front of me.
Okay.
Um,
I'm gonna pull that up now. It's the acronym, right? UFSI.org.
or
All right, let me go ahead and pull that up.
yeah, so that, and then also Up from Slavery on Facebook. Um, it stays updated with everything that we're doing. But I wanted to put that out there since we were speaking on financial literacy.
Oh no,
And
absolutely. You should be plugging all the time. All the time plug. All right. So again, the website, which I should also put in the chat, Up from Slavery Initiative is www.ufsi.org. So go there and check it out. As Tazsjah was saying here, I'm gonna try to find maybe it's under programs, you think?
yeah, I believe the event has our first Fridays, and then our Facebook page has more of the financial literacy as well. I mean, we speak about it as you can see on that page. Um,
All right. So yes, every first Friday they're talking about this last one that just passed. They talked about income statements, balance sheets, profit margins, revenue versus expenses, profitability, business and occupation tax, sales tax liability, and employer payroll tax. So again, this is really powerful stuff. I know a lot of aspiring entrepreneurs. I could tell you, little AJ, who we're doing this one-on-one and three-on-three basketball tournament for. Uh, Folks are encouraging him to start his own business, and so it's great. He's 15 years old, and we're getting it going, right? And that's what it takes, right? Don't wait on the school district or the government or someone else to do it. You do it. That's how we used to do it before. When I was a kid, I was in gifted courses, and my dad was a school teacher and then a principal. And so even though my grades were great, he would create summer school for us. So I hate Reading Rainbow, by the way. So he would make us watch Reading Rainbow. I can do anything, and I'd have to write a report. So I'd have to watch it and then write on it, right? But I'm so thankful that he made me do that, because it's watching for intent, right? It's learning, it's paying attention, not just letting just stuff wash over you. He would have all these old textbooks, and we would tease him and call him a hoarder. But I loved spelling when I was a kid, and I was so proud. My daughter's the same way. Oh, daddy, I'm doing fifth grade math and I'm only in the fourth grade, right? I mean, and it excites you. And I don't want my daughter to be afraid of math and science, particularly math, right? And so, historically, they say girls aren't as good at math, and there's a lot of reasons that are behind that. So I wanted to make sure that Layla wasn't afraid of math and wasn't afraid of numbers. So we do math problems in the car, and I'll just give her. So we're driving around. It's like, hey, daddy, give me a math question. So I was like, okay, what is the square root of 49 multiplied by the square root of 121 minus 15? And she can't use paper. She has to do it in her head, and she just loves it. So that's just one of our favorite games. But I don't want her to be afraid of math, and she doesn't have to be. And that's the same thing with business. So every first Friday, Up From Slavery initiative has their Financial Freedom Fridays. It's awesome. Please tune in. And on the first Friday, when does that end? Because I take it you're going to be a part of that.
I'm actually not personally a part of like the first Friday. I'm like in the planning and all of that.
Okay.
But I will have more information next week on the actual financial literacy program for the summer for the youth. I'll make sure to have more information for that. But it is, if you go to the Facebook page, or even contact if you have questions. If you think I'm missing anything or leaving anything out, you need some more information like right away. Yeah, you can always contact the organization. Someone will get to you. Um,
And
yeah.
don't worry, whether Tazsjah is on or not, I will be pushing their initiatives. So you will get that stuff. There we go. Go ahead and pull that up here. My brother calling me earlier. Let me get here. All right. So as you can see here, let me go ahead and minus that. So this is their Facebook page here. So they've got a lot of information. Where do I go, Tazsjah?
Um, Let me see.
About photos, videos.
Yeah. I'll have to. I don't know if I can call myself.
So what I'll say is
So,
just continue to check in. Their page is active, and they're constantly putting out information. So, and again, I broadcast on a daily basis. So anytime they have something new going on, I will be sharing that out. And of course, Tazsjah will be with us every Saturday, so we'll put that out too. Piano Cover says, I just subscribed. Thank you so much. I'll watch as much as I can every week. Great podcast. Keep going. So much appreciate you for sure. For
thank
sure.
you.
So any final thoughts, Miss Green?
Um, thank you as well for having me on. I know it took a little bit before I could, try to carve out some time, but so thank you for your patience. Um, yeah, I mean, my only final comments would be me probably like plugging stuff, because I know this is an ongoing conversation of things that we're talking about, and even like I said, I was only scratching the surface. Like the little bit did speak about, that was me just sitting down, like just being curious and like questioning things, and that's how I came across this information. So, you know, even though it's serious, honestly, it's really fun for me to learn about myself and like have these discussions because you never know what could come from that. But yeah, and just another thing, speaking of financial literacy, PYA, Partner for Youth Achievement, we are our group that we have going on, since we've been, stuck over Zoom. But we did start helping some of our youth open up bank accounts if they didn't have them already, and getting them started and introducing what saving is and like all of that. So PYA is also doing it as well. Um,
Nice.
so yeah, you can always come and talk to us. Like I said, next Saturday, we'll both organizations will have a booth. Come by to both of them. Talk to us, see what's up. Maybe you want to be involved, or maybe just involve your children, whatever it is. Start somewhere. We really want to do for our community, and well, we are doing for our community, and we want to continue to be able to do that and like really just service as many people as we can. Um, so yeah, just thank you. And I mean, I look forward to being on here weekly. Yeah, I'm usually pretty quiet. So it's nice to like just run my mouth a little bit about stuff that I'm usually just reading and talking about to like only a couple people. So yeah.
Well, we can't tell that you're so introverted, because you're quite loquacious when you're on the podcast. That's awesome.
Yeah, well, I'm in my house myself right now, so I'm just like a little bit more, free. Uh, yeah.
So tell us about your shirt business. I want to put that in the description also. Kitsap,
Oh, yeah, here you go. Kids Up Custom
Kitsap Custom
Tees.
Tees. All right, now that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, did I need to say it like that?
Yeah, stay like that for a minute. And let me put you on full screen too. Go ahead.
Can you see it okay?
Kitsap Custom Tees 360-517-3792. And it's Kitsap Custom Tees at gmail.com. You got it. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
So,
again, Tazsjah's into quite a few different things. The other thing that's really cool too, again, is her willingness to try. Um, it's like, hey, look, I do these things for my skin and whatnot, and I can help other people having these conversations. Uh, you know, just go ahead and do it. Go ahead, girl, do your thing.
while you're bringing it up, yeah, Jade Green self care. You know, I just like I said, Kids Up Custom Tees. If you have a logo idea, you know, just hit them up. I didn't ask them to redo this. I just trust them. I was like, hey, can you put this on a shirt? And then they're like, hey, look, I made it better. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah. And
So,
Kids Have Custom Tees is going to be producing many of our shirts for the 1-on-1 3-on-3 basketball tournament. So we're excited about that. And that's really what it looks like, right? Again, you can complain about it or you can be about it, right? And actually make the change. So, there's black business that does t-shirts. You need t-shirts, then you support, right? Well, what is it that you do? Okay, well, let me find a way to do that, right? G2 has transportation. So, hey, the next time I need to go somewhere, I'm going to call a cab or I'm going to call an Uber, or I'm going to call you instead of calling with the Kitsap airporter, right? Or whatever the case may be. We'll use your services. And then again, you can also uh, donate your time, which is huge. So many of us, that start, that are black led organizations that get started that are small, kind of like with Dominic, with his music, or whoever it may be. We may not have all of our area of expertise covered, right? We're one or two or just a few people trying to wear all these different hats, a jack of all trade, a master of none. So you might come in and say, hey, you don't have anything that I need to buy or a service that I can use, but you know what? I can help you with bookkeeping, or I can help you with marketing, or I can help you with advertising. You have no idea how big it is to, subscribe, like, and share. And comment, and then get other people to do that, because at some point it'd be great to be able to monetize this. And for most people that know me, pretty much everything that I do is to serve others, and so that is my goal, and that's how I was designed to be. Maybe I'm in the matrix, Tasia. You know, like you were saying,
Or,
hey, my dad raised me to be that way. Um, but
yeah,
I mean, it's who I am, unapologetically, and I just want people to be the best versions of themselves, whatever that is, and try to help them to get there if I can. And so, and that's really powerful. And to that end, what I've done for a few folks is I've helped them to negotiate their lease contracts for their buildings, for their business, right? And there was no charge for that. I used to charge $200 an hour for consulting fees, for business stuff. But and I'm not saying 200 people call me. It's like, hey, negotiate a contract for me. But those are some of the things that you can do. Your area of expertise. Hey, can I just sit down for an hour and pick your brain? A good friend of mine, her husband has a motorcycle company down in Mississippi, and so he modifies motorcycles, and so I think they do all manners of repair and upgrading, putting in systems. I think they have like Harley certified mechanics that are down there, and he wants to start an apprenticeship where they're gonna get young men and women in to learn that particular skill. And so I'm going to be sending him information on how to start a 501c 3 nonprofit. And so it's just things like that, right? There's no charge for that. He's not even in the same state, but how can we try to help each other? Because typically you could pay a consultant. We formed G2. It cost me 7 grand, to help to form this in the ways that we wanted it to go. And shout out to Erica Duncan. She's a black NYU grad who lives in Spain, and right from the beginning, looking for the experts in different fields that are us, because we can say, well, I need this, and I just use this person, or I use this person. Well, it's like, well, how come you didn't use? Well, I didn't know nothing about them. Well, did you look? No. And we get mad at businesses that say, hey, the reason why we don't have enough black teachers is, well, no one's applying. Well, did you look? Well, not really. So we could be guilty of those same things. So you've got to go above and beyond to try to support black business, because they're out there. We do everything right. You just got to find us. We're out there, and then try to support us. So there's so many different ways to do that. Agreed?
yeah, and not even before I even knew about this Juneteenth, event going on. I was discussing with my friend. They wrote the book. I'll just say Gabby because I already asked her if it was okay. So I don't know why, but yeah, we've been going out to these black business and doing all that, but really we could be doing that here, so we want to, and yeah, I'm gonna just put that out there right now. Um, it's been discussed and put into the works, so yeah, if people are interested in, supporting whatever black business you got, we want to hear about it and see what we can do, and, just come together and, support. Because whether it's an idea that you're just getting off the ground, come up and set up a table. You might get supporters in that way, and that might be the way to help you boost your business some more. Even find people to help you, like really work with you and stuff. Um, because a lot of people I know, they're investing their own money into it. They're not, they don't got a silver spoon. Like they're building all their stuff off the ground, just off of inspiration. So, you know, yeah, we want to do something around here. probably sometime during the summer. So
Ooh, well, hopefully you guys will set up a booth during the tournament. That would be great. So that'd be 2 days of having a booth there. You know, definitely I'll be getting that information out here shortly so people can sign up to have a vendor booth there. But we do want to really uh, advertise and really support our black businesses. Again, to that end, as you know, I will interview you and bring you onto the podcast if you want to talk about issues or you want to share about your business. And again, even if you can't come on, I will talk about what you have going on. So, um, go ahead and give that to me. What I'd like to do at some point, Tazsjah, is actually shoot some commercials. And so while we're having our conversations, we can, play a commercial so we can go get a drink of water, use the bathroom, someone else can get a cup of coffee, then we can come back and do it. So it's one of the things I want to do. So maybe there'll be a really professional looking, Up From Slavery commercial that plays, and then a Kitsap Custom Teas commercial that plays, and just gives us a chance to refresh our coffee and do our thing and keep going. But that's a way that you could pay it forward. You know what I mean?
oh yeah, for sure. So if you need someone to shoot the video, I already know somebody. My friend Gabby, her husband, shoots video. He's a photographer, so he shot pictures for me for my website. It's not up anymore, but I know I got to go to Blackmail, doing his thing. So if anyone is looking for someone to do that, he stays busy and he's real good at what he does. So I would definitely I'll make sure to get his contact information just in case anyone is is
Please,
interested in shooting videos, getting pictures, all that type of stuff.
please
Um,
do. Please do. Well, you know what? We made it, right? It wasn't looking good. We were having all these problems. The devil was trying to meddle, and we had to overcome, which is what we did. So I will work on this for next weekend. But as you can see, it kind of just straightened itself out. I didn't do anything magical aside from sign in from another location, but it is what it is. Well, I am Marwan Cameron, and you're watching the Conduit. You are watching. What are we gonna call this? The Tazsjah Green and Marwan Cameron show. We got to come up with something catchy.
I'll have to think about that one.
Every Saturday night at 9:30 p.m. Tune in, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Tazsjah, it's always an honor and a pleasure. All right. Until next time, everyone.
With you.